Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis. This live stream is a purely educational and informational broadcast. Our focus is on the academic exploration of handicapping methodologies, statistical data analysis, and the principles of risk assessment. Crucially, our analytical framework does not assess the probability of winning. Instead, our entire focus is on identifying and evaluating the potential for financial loss and the inherent risks associated with each variable. This is an intellectual simulation designed to teach a disciplined, risk-first approach to analyzing the science of horse racing. The live format of this stream is essential to this analytical mission. A spreadsheet alone provides only a static, quantitative snapshot. A complete and rigorous risk assessment requires the inclusion of dynamic, real-time variables. These include qualitative observations from the paddock, the physical condition and behavior of the horses, last-minute changes in weather and ground conditions, and the strategic decisions made by jockeys during the race. Therefore, the use of a live race feed is for the strict purpose of data collection and model validation. It allows us to test our pre-race statistical analysis against the reality of the live event, which is a critical part of the educational process. 2. No betting advice or inducement. A firm policy. This channel does not provide betting tips, financial advice, or picks. The content is not intended to induce, encourage, or promote any form of wagering or participation in online money games, which may be prohibited by your local laws. Any analysis is a theoretical exercise and must not be interpreted as a recommendation to place a bet. 3. Strictly independent, supported by viewers. The host of this channel is fully independent. We have no affiliation, partnership, or financial relationship with any bookmaker, wagering platform, or any other entity in the gaming industry. Our analysis and content are not sponsored or influenced by any outside entity. This channel is made possible through the voluntary support of our viewers via YouTube's official features, Super Chat, etc. All contributions support our educational mission, and our content will always remain free and accessible. 4. Community Code of Conduct. Fostering analytical discussion. We encourage an intelligent discussion focused on the science of racing. Encouraged. Sharing your thoughts and analysis on the race or any horse, focusing on data, strategy, or observed risks. Prohibited. Discussing personal bets, encouraging others to bet, requesting tips, or sharing links to wagering sites. Violation of these rules will result in comment deletion and a potential ban. 5. Viewer responsibility, legal compliance. You, the viewer, are solely responsible for your own actions and for understanding and complying with all laws in your jurisdiction. This channel and its host assume absolutely no liability for any financial losses or legal consequences. By continuing to watch this stream, you acknowledge that you have read, understood, and agree to these terms. You confirm that your purpose for watching is to learn from our methods of live data analysis and the critical study of factors that influence race outcomes.
Good morning. Today is 6th of November 2025, and we are going to be doing some analysis today. Here at Flemington, we just did a day before yesterday, we were here during the Melbourne Cup. Today is the crown plates, so we are going to do that as well. The ground rating is soft. About this track, the trickiest part is the straight, and the rest of the races are over here, which is okay, but this part is always a little tricky. We have a couple of very important races today here. One of them is the All Fillies 2500 meter. So the Crown Oaks, and we'll see what we can get. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analysis, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock, when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we like are all good to go, we stay calm and wait for the results to validate that. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out. That's more or less what we do. So we'll take a look at the first one today, which is here at Flemington, and see the number of scratchings. 1417 has been scratched. $11, $12, $8, and $13. So that 11 is the favorite. This is the first one today here at Flemington. It's a benchmark 70. That 11 is the favorite for a lot of reasons. And the reasons are okay, but here is the thing. So generally, from it's a 1700 meters, so the bends are there. Now the problem here is from gate number 17, that pressure is not adequate. That's the first problem. The second problem is that the jockey on this horse is not rightly handicapped. Though it is a dedicated jock, more or less, but still the handicapping is a little questionable. So that's that. Plus the pressure from gate number 17 is not enough. The 12 they have is good. The 8 from gate number 12 and 13 is the second linear. Now the difference is huge between the first and the second linear. It has the physics and all that, but the problem remains the same. We don't have a strong conviction on this, as well as this. Things that might happen that 11 will actually win because of what that horse is, maybe, but that's That's a lot of exposure on that horse. No pressure from gate number 17, benchmark 70. That's I don't know whether that might work or might not work. Chances are wide, and it is the first one. So I'd like to watch this race. Chances are huge. So if this fails, then what happens? If this fails, then this is the next highest pressure that we have from gate number 11. But that horse is difficult to believe that will actually deliver or will be able to deliver. So that's the second highest pressure. They are almost neck to neck. In fact, at the bend, this one has more pressure. But to deliver that pressure, you need to have a jock, which is missing. Same as here. And what are the other things that are possible? So, that's a 7-year-old. This we already have. This is a very good jock who is here on 12. J-Mac is on 12. That probably is there, but we'll see how that works. J-Mac is on this. The other things are very wide that might happen, that might not happen. Especially these two horses which are there. One is again a 7-year-old mare. This one is a 5-year-old mare. 1042. This is a low pressure. But these are very difficult to believe that these things will actually deliver. And because at the end of the day, when we do not have a strong conviction on the linear or the second linear, things might go wrong, and might go wrong in different levels. So I'd like to watch this one. The 3, why I'm talking about the 3 is because, let's say this thing fails. And if this thing fails, then either it is, an advantage which will go through. But that is also very weird to believe that that will happen, because one of the horses will have some advantage in this race, which obviously this will have the largest. 10, 5, 12. 1382. We'll see how it works. I don't, we'll wait for the results to confirm. But 11 is the favorite. I would have liked 11 more if we had a better number here, and definitely with a better jock. This is open to all. The first one is open to all. Anything can happen from anywhere. They're all mares, and if that happens, and if it goes on age, it will definitely go on advantage. So we'll wait for this one to come up and we'll see what happens. Tuna, welcome back, Tuna. The first one is a little, and the ground rating is very soft, so we'll see how the ground works first. The first one is dicey. Dicey as in, if it happens, it happens, but I don't have a strong conviction on any of those. Things can go wrong.
The track, you can't tell because the punters are getting involved very, very early. Some good moves here. Full Howl is your favourite, sitting $5.50 into $3.50, holding the most money in this one, but not by far. I Only Wish has been absolutely smashed. $16 into a just touched $6.50 before, now back out to $7. House of Balls also very well backed in there, but right now it is Full Howl and I Only Wish are the ones they're coming for. But let's go to Trainer Watch as well. Graham Begg Flying. Return on investment, anything above around 25%, we start to pay attention. At 37%, I like the look of that. Today's runners, Empire of Pain. Well, hopefully you're more Rich Dotty by race 9 when you're back at Graham Begg's runners in this one. We're set for a massive day. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential sport, call it on your screen or visit the website.
This mountain yard is brought to you by the 2025 Victorian Sprint Racing Carnival. This is how we spring.
It's Crown Oaks Day. It's Ladies' Day, and it should start with the Fillies and Mares contest, the TCL Trophy over 1,700 metres at benchmark 70 level. We'll also want to brave miss scratching after being seen on Melbourne Cup Day. 2 is Junebug, National Willer, after a trip to the Kyneton Cup meeting, has the steer on this. Third place, get a fresh in Sydney.
And it's going to have to be a good steer from that wide barrier too. She looks good, this horse. She is lovely and relaxed. She seems very happy to be here. She's moving really nicely. Good, powerful action on her event.
Dows, welcome back, Dows.
And roll forward to offset that wide draw and definitely make the case.
Freeze XPT, Lockie King rode the last on Pike Cup Day.
She comes here looking great. I'm not sure if her form is going to stack up compared to some of these others, but she looks to be a mare that's in really nice shape. Her fitness is exactly where it needs to be, and her manners are great.
Yeah, it was an improved run last time out. She's suited back against her own sex. I don't mind the drop back in distance for her either.
For Mary Eliza.
Boy, I'm good. How are you?
To the 5.
All good, my friend. Surviving.
Victory on Melbourne Cup Day rides for Lloyd Kenilworth.
Well, she's a good-looking mare, this, and she's been in really good, consistent form too. She's turned out today looking pretty much the same as what she has done her past few, and that's very good.
She was $31 in what I thought was a weaker race last time out, where she had every chance. She should get every chance for a soft run again from the draw today, but I do think there are others maybe with stronger form or more upside.
6, I Got You was 3 lengths behind Nursery Chime in that race 2 Fridays ago at the Valley.
She's another horse that's been up a good while. It has been a year since she's been out of the winner's circle, but she hasn't been
15 is a neutral from gate number 9.
Didn't have a lot of luck there last time out. You got back a couple of preparations.
You know, the best thing to do is just watch this one, boy, because the ground is soft. This is the first one. Let's just wait and watch the results. 11 is definitely dicey. 13 is twice that.
Another horse, she just maintains her condition so
And
she's been up for a very, very long time. And
J-Mac is riding a horse which is with advantage. J-Mac is, I mean, I don't remember clearly if we have seen J-Mac winning with that condition.
She was good at 1800.
Instead, I remember,
Go behind Shiny New Deal, but
you know,
big odds in her last
believing that J-Mac would deliver
others with a slightly stronger chance.
an advantage, but he didn't. So things are a little dicey, my friend. So let's just wait and watch this one. I don't like anything that is happening in this race. I mean, I don't have a strong conviction on any of these.
Yeah, she looks set to peak third. Late in a strong race there last time out of Pakenham. You look at her 1,600 metre form last preparation around the likes of Medea and Mary Eliza. I think it reads well for this.
9 Dane on tour. Seymour Cup Day victory fresh. Feel like she's had 2 lives as a leader and a run on top.
she was great when she won first up at Seymour recently. Looks to have come back in this preparation and probably exceeded expectations. That was the first time that she won first up. She looks great. She's come to hand very quickly. She's rock hard fit here.
She's more talent than her winning strike rate would suggest, but she needs a lot to go right in her races because of her racing pattern. If everything works out, she's capable of running a much better race than her price would suggest.
Next day, Simon, early on in the career of the 10 Empire.
Haven't seen this horse before, but she's a lovely type and she seems to be in fantastic shape. She's very, very fit. You can see great tone over her rib cage there and her coat is absolutely glowing.
Yeah, she's the last start winner, and I respect the Ethan Brown Grand Bed combination, but this is a stronger race.
To the 11 in first chorus, who's 460 out to 5 on the OP.
She's lovely and relaxed, this horse. She knows her job very well. She's been racing particularly consistently. I haven't seen her too much this preparation, just the one time, but she ran well at Sandown on that occasion and she looks very similar here.
She's through 2 starts ago behind a horse and subsequently run well at Group 3 level and blinded by the line. She just missed chasing against the pattern there last time out. She might be rising in distance. I think she's among the better chances.
The one thing is sure that at benchmark 70, you don't want to believe the wider gates. One thing is, I mean, it's better not to believe the wider gates. In benchmark 70, to believe the wider gates, you need to have at least benchmark 84, 84 and above.
You've got to respect the Waller McDonald combination. She's got strong starting prices. I think she's got to be one of the leading chances.
13 House of Lords off the sale. Win Fresh was beaten at a short point a month between runs at Pakenham.
Well, she's putting together a very good record, isn't she? 5 starts for 2 wins in 2 seconds. They've been very patient with this horse, tinkered with a little bit of gear today, with the blinkers coming off and winkers going on. She looks in good shape, Ben.
A lot of time for this mare. I don't know what happened last time. She was below her best. Forget one run, and she'd be just about close to my top pick in the race. 14 Real Liker has maintained the form across a lengthy prep for Greg Gurrell.
Has been a lengthy prep, but she's similar to a couple of other horses here in this race that have been up a long time. She's not showing any signs of training off. It's getting a little bit warm there on her.
How often do I put live? Generally it is, all the primary tracks, whenever they are racing, all the primary tracks, Randwick, Flemington. Otherwise, it is Saturdays and the midweek, Wednesday.
It's very powerful moving horse, so I can see why she probably would appreciate just a little bit of softness in the ground to reduce that.
But I'm planning
Definitely on a mission here.
to do more, and I will share those details once I have a clarity.
It's a combination that deserves a lot of respect, but look, it's been, getting towards 18 months until last week.
I definitely want to do the American racing. Boy, the problem is I work during that time. I have a day job, so that actually clashes. To do that, I have to give up my day job, but I still don't make enough money from live streaming that I can give it up. So I need to wait for that time. I can stream during this time. It's early morning here in India. I can do this time, but during the evenings, my time, that's when I'm kind of doing my day job.
Mistress for the Keys family in Zach Spain.
So you were talking about the 15. I'll show you the 15.
Third Ben, Robbie Griffiths with a good.
So you're talking about the 15. It comes from gate number 9. It's a 4-year-old mare, has advantage. But if you look at this number here, it doesn't give me the confidence to say whether or not will it do or not do. But it has a good management. It has a good management. If you take out the difficulty, it will be in the 30s. So that is a problem. 3 is from gate number 7. It has certain amount of leverage. It's an outer inner drift, maybe in some form, but I don't have a strong conviction because of it being a drift, and I don't think that's a great idea. J-Mac is a dedicated jock on this horse. It has an advantage. It has physics. It doesn't need the physics, but it has the physics, which is an addition. But 11 is very questionable, my friend. If it happens, it happens. 13 is a 41. We take out the difficulty, it will be in 30s. So I don't know. And the ground is soft, so we'll wait and see the results. Rex 7. 7 is up here. It is the EW. Obviously, it is there in the game. 7 is up here. It is the EW. But will it win? I don't know. Will it win? It has everything that it requires. It doesn't need a jock. It has the strongest advantage. It is a dedicated jock. 7 is fabulous. But generally that doesn't happen. I mean, this is a place. 7 is an EW. This one and this one. This one is in a very bad state, plus a negative leverage. I don't know what will happen with this one, but this one, you know it, Rex. This is an EW anyway. Apart from that, that 3 is somewhat looks okay. This one, the 5 is a 7-year-old mare, so I'm not talking about it. We also have the 14, which is here with a low pressure. So it's a very wide thing. Let's just wait. That's an EW, Rexy, you know that. EWs are the coffees.
Since we last spoke, first chorus, still steady in support, $6.50 into $4.80. I only wish very, very well back.
Number 9. Vishwa, welcome back. Number 9. Number 9 is here is number 9.
Down the bottom with a little bit of support above rating stage. $20 into 14. What are you really gambling with?
Here is number 9.
Or visit the website.
Super competitive event.
It's a 7-year-old mare with advantage. The gate is supporting, but they have a very bad management. This one, very bad management. They are kind of bleeding. There's no clarity in this one, and it's best to watch. 14 win is 16.
She's continued to progress. Let's get the
14,
latest on how she's presented.
16 is there. 16 is there.
First chorus is ready to tackle the TCL trophy, and a bit of a road for all concerned to get here, Lindsay.
Yeah, no, it's been a long journey. She's been in work a long time, but yeah, early doors, I don't think she'd be running at Flemington, let alone on an Oaks though. But anyway, she's earned a spot. She's obviously got a tricky gate, so it'll need good luck and good rides.
Couple of scratchings. What's the assignment for Monty from a gate that's improved slightly?
No, he's a chance to be a hero or not. It's all up to him now. It's nothing I can do. So great rider. Hopefully she can hit 3 deep with a bit of cover. That's the best.
If the 11 was at least from gate number 10.
She'd be a better chance. But anyway, we're here. See what happens. Good luck. Giddy up.
It still gives a little bit of confidence, but a benchmark 70 from gate number 17, 18 is, I don't know. Lee, 12. Yeah, that's J-Mac with an advantage. But Lee, you have also seen J-Mac doing disasters with those horses. You can't rave that horse. If J-Mac raves...
Your top selection here at a nice price.
Yeah, it'll be interesting where she gets to, Kate. I think.
In fact, none of the horses you can rave. If they ride it, this is entirely a jockey decision what they're going to do. You can't rave any of the horses. They don't have that kind of pressure on them. If the jockey plays right and waits for the last bend and then puts the pressure on, then probably 11 has a chance. But if he raves, then I don't know. Same goes for Mr. J-Mac. J-Mac cannot rave that horse. It is a front runner, but you can't rave it. Okay, the ground is good for. They're saying that.
Away they go, and XBT away fairly. Nursery Park towards the inside, then Power of Pain jumped well, and also June Buggers working across. First chorus isn't far away, and as expected, Saxton Beauty is punching up between horses. Maybe half behind those, but XBT for the back is full house, 3 off the rails from I Gotcha. Next on the inside is the White, and they will follow by House of Lords. forwards. I Only Wish is snagging back outside of Real Like a Dane on tour towards the end, and a couple of lengths away to Bond Fed at the end. Empire of Pain is the leader as they reach the 1100 metres, and they string out by about a length and a half, and the speed looks to be on here. From in second place.
Yeah, so now he had to reduce. This is where he had to reduce.
Chorus, and then came Nursery Time and XPT, a length to Full How, who's 10 off the lead. Back behind those horses is I Gotcha, and then came Meet the Wife, Half of Lords, Real Liker. I Only Wish.
Before 800 meters, he had to reduce.
Empire of Pain had a
12 is not there.
650 metres to go. It's Empire of Pain from June Bug, Saxon Beauty, Navy Hearts extricating away from the rails. Then came First Chorus, who's starting to come into it. A Gap I Gotcha, who battles away, passed by XPC. Full How, I Only Wish is still third last at the 400. Empire of Pain in front. From First Chorus, who's challenging up the middle of the course. Then June Bug, who whacks on, and Full How down the centre. First Chorus at the clock tower took the front. From Full How, who's 2 lengths away, but a little bit wayward. And First Chorus with 100 metres to go. Still had a good 2 lengths on Full How. And First Chorus is going to win the
11-12, I think.
From Bond Fed, House of Lords, a Gap XPT.
11-12.
Navy Heart and Real Liker. Empire of Pain got tired. So too June Bug. Then Meet the Wife, Saxon Beauty, I Gotcha, Dane on tour. And last to complete, or at least one of the last, Nursery Chime.
Yeah, she's up to them all right. That's a terrific result for Lindsay Smith, Brent Spicer, and his team of owners. This daughter of Gibberlines, whose first racing preparation started in the Geelong Maiden back in late June. She's progressed to pick up a couple of wins at Seymour, went to Geelong Cup Day, had a jump out subsequent to that. Jamie Motts did a super job from the gate to get the victory. 11, 12, 8 and 16 will be your numbers in the TCL Trophy.
11, 12, 8 and 16.
From trainer Lindsay Smith pre-race, he didn't even think that they'd see this mare in the city. She's been ultra consistent. That makes it 3 wins, 3 placings from her 7 starts. Well,
it's a good 4.
And she's been able to get a nice.
It played right. 11, 12, 8 and 16. So that happened. So what happened? 11 waited for the last bend. There was a dedicated jock. The linear went through. If you look at 12 and 7, all right, the 12 and the 7. So this is a 45. We take out the difficulty, it becomes a 44. This is a 46. We take out the difficulty, it also becomes 44. The advantage was more on 7, but J-Mac was riding this. Okay. So he did what he had to do. And that did not work on this guy. So J-Mac did that. About 8. If you look at, these are all 42, 42. There was only one 45 here, but you have to take out the difficulty. Then it becomes 43 and a half. And this one is a 44. You take out the difficulty, it will be a 42. The advantage is more. It's a neutral. And a dedicated jock, so went through. Then 13 was very questionable anyway. This one is 46, was a negative leverage. Take out the difficulty, it will become about 41.5 or something, and was a negative leverage, was not in a position to deliver the second position today. So that is what happened. Anyway, we'll go to the next. Five, 2, 1, 4. We'll take a look at these scratchings. 3 and 11 has been scratched, and the odds are 5, 2, 1, and 4. This is a benchmark 90, 103. $72. 96. 108. This is 127. So this one is a benchmark 90. Looks like a low pressure thing. So if we take out the difficulty from this horse, okay, I can add another column, but that will take the SP out. So I don't want to do that. So this is a little manual stuff that needs to be there. So if we take out the difficulty from this one, it becomes 56, I think. 4 and 2, yes, 56. So probably 56 as 6403. So this is quite questionable. So we'll stay out of that. And they're saying the 5 is going to win. Now, why the 5 is going to win? The 5 is a low pressure, 72. Then it is here, which is a gate number 11, which is the highest here. The 4 is the EW. The 4 is the EW, which has the highest advantage. The difference between this one and this one is this, that you will take out the difficulty, which is 5. It will become 69. And here you will take out the difficulty. It will become 53.5. So still the advantage is here more. And then it is this one, the 6, okay, through the advantage. And there's a fantastic jock on this. There's a fantastic jock. This is 8. These are negative leverages, so if they get in, they will get in probably in the 4th position. So we'll not do that. What can be the second position? That's the point. So the 4, if it is a 54, we take out the difficulty, it will become 53 or something. Okay. On the other hand, these two horses, the 3 and the 5, 6 and the 8, This is from gate number 3, which is a 5-year-old gelding, and this one is a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 11. But it's a very heavy horse. It is a very heavy horse. Along with that, the difficulty is also huge. So whether that 6-year-old gelding will do anything, I don't know. Which puts that 6 into a check. Okay. Why? Because this is a 6-year-old gelding. It has a very strong resume. It has been into a lot of league races, Group 1 races, and all that thing is there. And it is anyway the EW. All right. It is there within the odds. It is anyway the EW. It is supposed to come in second, but to come in second, it has to beat this guy, which is a 5-year-old gelding. Which is a 5-year-old gelding with a dedicated jock, which is who? 6 is ridden by Damian Lane. So Mr. Damian Lane is on this horse. Okay, that's the first. That is gate number 3. Now 5 and 2. Two is the second linear, which is here has the physics. 37, 8. To deliver that pressure, you don't need a jock actually. The horse can run on its own and can win. You don't need a jock for this kind of a pressure. You need a jock for this kind of a pressure from gate number 13. So this thing is there. So that's that. But this is a very high rated horse, the 5. So if it happens, the 2, all right, if it happens because of the pressure and the physics, can there be a queen? Of course there can be a queen. Why? Because this is anyway a low pressure, high pressure. All right, this is anyway a low pressure, high pressure. There can definitely be a queen. The question is here and then 6 here. Okay. So yeah, probably. I mean, the odds are right. It's better. It is. I mean, if I play this, this is a 61, but has pressure. It is a 72 with a low pressure. 72 will deliver low pressure. 72 will deliver low pressure. This is 5. That. You don't need a jock. So this probably is going to be all jock. 5, 72, 37, 59. This one is top. This one doesn't have top. Technically, 2 should win. Technically, 2 should win, but the catch is this is a 7-year-old gelding. All right. Technically, 2 should win. But it's a 7-year-old. Probably it'll play a queen. Probably it is either of the. I mean, this is a good section. This is a good section. I mean, this is a 37. but a 7-year-old gilding. This is a 4-year-old gilding with a low pressure, much high rated. And JMAC is on this. This is good. 6 is probably after that, if that happens. But that's that. And 3. And one is a 58, this is a 54, 9. I don't know about 1, but 5-2 looks like are there. Technically 5 should win. 2 should win. It's the second linear. There's a lot of pressure on this, but body weight will be on 5. So 5 has the body weight. Here, the 11 went through with the body weight. Here, 8 has the body weight, which is an EW, which is a 76, but that is 6-year-old gilding from gate number 11. Here, 128, 24, 16, 23. 6 is heavier than 5. 6 is heavier than 5. Things can go wrong. But I like the 2. I think 5 and 2 will go. 5 and 2 will go. It is neck to neck. If for any reason this 2 fails, that'll be a shame. I mean, come on. This is the dilemma. If you understand the risk in this, because that's a 7-year-old gilding. Numbers are with it. To deliver that pressure, you don't need one of the greatest jocks. You don't need. It is capable of delivering that pressure technically. But it's a 7-year-old gilding. This one is very difficult from their 62. It'll take out the difficulty. It'll get there in some form, probably 4th, 5th, 4th maybe. But technically this one should win, but that's a 7-year-old gilding, and that 6 is a check. So you're again depending on JMAC to deliver that. JMAC to deliver that. So probably 5 will win. The 7-year-old. So if he can't deliver the pressure, then what happens? So queen is a bad idea. I'm sorry, queen is a bad idea. Separately, maybe. Queen is a bad idea. What happens if this 7-year-old gilding is not able to deliver? What happens? Because it is not that it is an increment on this. It's a deterioration. And if that is the deterioration, then we have others, especially this one, which is here. And if that happens, then it will be a disaster. But ideally 2 is the second linear. I mean, that is how it should work. The first one is definitely in a difficult situation. This one is not that difficult situation, but it is a 7-year-old gilding. Let's see what happens.
Appropriately, Get a Fix is the one they're looking at the top here, sitting at $2.90, in from $3.30, so no massive move. Cloudland, $4.40, out to $4.80 there. Tuario, $5.50, out to $7.50, another drifter. This is where they've come for. Berkshire Shadow, $14 into just in from 950. Really, really well supported. The one that began at double figures. Les Zebra, $15 into $9, getting some good support there. Something people tell me often. Car off. $14 into $12 there, but get a fix up the top at $2.90 is your best back. Have a look at this one. Mark Zara on absolute fire at the moment. Although it only says 17% there, he is absolutely flying there. Look at today's rise. Go all the way through that. The chances are, if you're back more, you'll probably have some success through that as well. What are you really gambling with for free and confidential support? Call the number on your screen or visit the website.
This mounting yard is brought to you by the Racing.com Tipping Hub. National form tips and analysis. Download wherever you get your apps.
First run in 1996, moved from Oaks Day to Cup Day 4 years ago. It's back on the first day, and what a sight it is. The RDA Sub-Zero handicap over 1,400 metres for the Greys. Horse one is Statuario, who Emily and David Brown dropped back from contesting races over a longer trip.
Well, one thing you know is he's definitely fit enough. He looks absolutely rock hard here. He is a bit of a high energy horse on race day, this, so it's no surprise to see him a little bit up and about, but this is really pretty good for him.
He's the class horse of the race. He's the best horse in the race. The question is, does he need further to produce his best form? But if he can hold a spot, if he's close enough, he's good enough.
The defending champ is to Cloudland, and he brings good form across his Sydney spring.
He seems like an absolute gentleman, this horse. I saw him last year and had him in between, but he comes down here looking fantastic. He's probably brightened up in his colour just a little bit, as they all do, these great horses. He's a gentleman here.
It was good at Brandon last time out. He might be in better form than 12 months ago. He should be able to roll forward for Ethan Brown, give a good side. I think he's one of the better winning chances.
For his sat on ice and scratching
All
out
greys. All greys. What?
He looks very similar today to how I saw him in the weekend cluster a number of weeks ago. He's got good manners on race day, this horse. He's nice and fit. His colour's good.
Yeah, look, he is suited dropping in class. You've got to respect the Zara and Bar combination. It's been 2.5 years since the last window, and I think others have stronger recent form.
5 years get it fixed. James McDonald on for the first time since the winning late June.
A little bit darker grey horse, this one, compared to some of the others. He's a really nice type. I haven't seen him before, but looks nice and engaged. I'm not sure how his form's going to stack up compared to some of these others. Maybe you can shed a bit of light, but he looks good.
Yeah, look, his best form will certainly measure up. Third up, he looks ready to produce a peak performance. He's got J-Mac in the saddle. The only real knock about this horse is his price. I don't think he's got strong enough form to justify being clear favourite.
6 is La Zebra, who resumed on the Wednesday of the Caulfield Carnival.
Seems to have got a lot stronger this preparation. He just looks like he's filled out and fully matured now. In regards to his condition, I think he's taken a nice natural improvement from that first up run.
Yeah, he'll be fitter for that first up run. He gets blinkers going on. He maps for a beautiful run for Damien Lane, just in behind the leaders. He should get every chance. I'd be more confident about his chances, though. We're at 1,600 metres, and if you get a soft 5, soft 6.
Previous winner of this track and distance earlier on in his career, the second of the Emily and David Brown runners, the 6 in La Zebra. Then we move to horse 7 in Prince Joffre. He's an interesting one, coming down from a runner.
Come on.
Last start.
What have they done? They've brought in all the grey horses in one race. That's to a 1,400 meter.
Interesting runner. I think Craig Williams taking the ride as a sign that maybe they've got him ready to go here fresh, but he's 0 from 7 first up, and probably going to be better suited over further.
Carini has been a little bit of a fugitive in his career, but I feel like this would be peak Gavin Beach good to get him to win this fresh.
Yeah, he's sort of in the balaclava era at the moment, isn't he? He needs to lift on what he has been doing, and he's such a frustrating horse to train because he has got good ability. We all know that. He just needs to produce it.
Yeah, look, it's been a long time since his last win. We know his best form is probably the best form in this race. The good track is suitable for him. He runs 4th in an Elms behind Macram and Jimmy Starr first up in this track previously, but that was a long time ago.
9 car half support for him, 14 to 12 off his dual choice run fresh. He was beaten a half length by Cafe Valetti this track and trip in winter.
He's always easy to like from a yard point of view, this guy, because he's got a great attitude. He's an attractive looking horse, and the team do a really good job turning him out like they have done again today.
I've been very forgiving of the margin he was beaten first up at Geelong. Soft track and the pattern were against him. He was strip fitter. He suited up in distance. There's no horse better in the stage of finding the one out, one back position than Carhoff. And look, I think he's over the odds. He's one that interests me as having something on at double figures. He should get a beautiful map, but Nigel touched on it last preparation. This track and trip is close up behind Cafe Millennium and Hill Rip. That's strong enough form to win this one.
I like getting back on a good surface as well after tackling a 7 on the opening day of what ended up being 2-day Geelong Cup Carnival. 10 Chicago returns to the races, won first up at Cranbourne in May over 16.
He comes here pretty forward in condition too. It looks like the team have got a fair bit of work under the belt. He is a big, strong horse and would take a fair bit of work to get him right up to the mark, but I think he's quite forward.
Yeah, well, his jump out would suggest he is as well. It was a really impressive jump out, beating a heat that included some sharp sprinters. That suggests some intent first up. He looks the sole leader. If they leave him alone in front, he could be really hard to get past. I think he's over the odds.
11 is out. Ben Allen is going to be a kilo over on Charlotte Littlefield's horse 12, feeling dusty.
He's got the winkers going on for the first time, fresh today too, and he's parading really quite nicely. I think his coat's lovely and healthy. He looks like he has got a heap of work under his belt too. He doesn't appear to be carrying much excess at this point in his career.
Yeah, he's a really progressive horse. He's got a strong record from his 6 starts today. This is his toughest test. He tackles it first up, and he's probably going to be back towards the rear of the field.
13, the Bagstar, the winner of this race in an upset 2 years ago.
Yeah, it was indeed, wasn't it? I think that he comes here looking well, and I should say, looks well again. She's parading quite nicely. I just don't know if she's going well enough to be able to recapture that form that we saw all that time ago, Ben.
Yeah, I was really surprised when she won 2 years ago, and she was in much better form than the recent form makes it impossible to make a case. So I think deserves to be the outsider off the field.
Amazing result on that occasion for Tetjana Fedetska, beat Glint of Silver and Platinum Wolf. Stackhouse rode on that occasion. Sally Wing has the steer here. 14, Raven Silver, Patrick Maloney aboard Ben Brisbane, a step up in trip, replacing a wang over 11.70.
Yeah, definitely. I think the horse presents well. Also, definitely fit enough, doing everything right from the point of view. His coat's nice and healthy, but another one, benchmark 56 grade, stepping up to this might just be a little bit of an ask.
Yeah, I think it will be. The 6 kilo drop in weights does help. Carried 60 last time out, gets down to the minimum today. But rising sharply grade and better form has been over sprint distances. So I've had it very hard to make a case for the Raven Silver. Understandably, it's a big price at the moment.
Great to have them back on Overstay, Sub-Zero Handicap, even better than it, supporting a terrific initiative in riding for the disabled that's done magnificent things for over half a century. Ben Ascari, I imagine this is one of the more interesting races every year to do form on, given the only qualification is colour.
Yeah, exactly. It's really tricky. I think at double figures, Statuario is over the odds. Now, he's probably just the best horse in the race. I can see, look, his best distance range is probably 1,600 to 2,000 metres, and you can make a case that perhaps even further. But he's got a lot of class in this grade of race. Cloudland's going as well, if not better than 12 months ago when he won this race. Did have the pattern in favour, though, there. Get a fix is a chance. I can't get him sure it's market. I'm not surprised there's been market support for Carhoff, who I do think is over the odds and going to get a beautiful run. So really open race. I'm interested in what Amy found the yard.
Well, you'll be happy, Ben. I'm going to go with the grey horse here. I'm joking. Statuario, number 1 on top for me. I couldn't go past him. I agree. I'm not quite sure if he's going to be sharp enough dropping back in distance, but he looks very, very fit. I like the way that he's parading today. He definitely looks nice and bright without wanting to overdo it, which sometimes he can. Of the rest, I've got Cloudlands, another one that looks great. Prince Joffrey, the Darwin horse, he looks an absolute treat. Shakadoo, and also feeling dusty.
Yagi and Benasco, Statuario on top of that big drop back in distance to the 7 furlongs though. And I like how Amy's assessment as well of Cloudland, last year's winner of the race when it was held on Melbourne Cup Day. Thought that he looked nice, relaxed, a bit of a gentleman, this 7-year-old in the yard. Well, that goes well for his rider in Ethan Brown, because last year when he was able to win with James McDonald on board, he was pretty close. He tried to buck him off, a bit erratic. Pretty much was very close to bucking him off going around to the gates, which James wasn't very happy about leading into a Melbourne Cup. But that was on a wet track on that occasion. So let's head now out on course. John Maloney catching up about Carhoff.
Yeah, one of the gentlemen of the sport, John Maloney. Welcome to Oaks Day. Can you go home with the winner today?
Well, I'd like to. So He ran this day last year in the mile $500,000 race, and it's only been 1.7. This race is not as strong as that. So does that mean much? I'm not sure, but he's in good order to run well.
What did you make of his first up run?
Yeah, it wasn't much, but he didn't enjoy that ground up there at Geelong. It was a bit shifty, and if you were watching his run, you could see him shift about a bit in the ground. So, and he just did need a day out, so I put a line through that.
Drawn pretty nicely to get a sweet run in transit here.
Yeah, that's right. So I'll work it out. Obviously, if there's a little bit of speed progress, he'll be in a good spot from the gate. So that's it. You've got to use those gates, run your spot, and hopefully we're running at the pitch.
Thoughts on 6? 6 is a strong one. That was 6 is a very strong one. 6 is a strong one. It's a
$3 sitting around $2.80 when we run our spoke for original opening price at $3.30.
I'm going to make an arrangement so that you can view this constantly in some way. I don't know how, but I will make that arrangement. So 6 is a 74 with a jock, Damien Lane on this. So 6 is very strong. Gate number gate number 3, that is very good. This is higher. Has a body weight, but gate number 11 and a 6-year-old gelding. They already have the 4, which is the highest advantage, but this is falling. This is falling. 1 is Zahara. Okay, it is a 58. You do the difficulty, it will become 60. This will become 62. All right. This has pressure. This doesn't have pressure. But today, if you see how Zahara is handicapped like that. Let's see how that works. It looks like Zahara has gained some weight. Looks like Zahara has gained some weight. For some reason, Zahara has gained some weight. So we'll see how that works.
So he's been targeting this for a while. But again, with him, probably a fraction.
6 is definitely very strong. That was.
So again, 1400 for him. It works in quite nice.
Good luck.
Thank you. Emily and David Brown with a two-pronged attack in the Greys race. Statuario and Le Zebra. One of the stable favourites with the Zebra. Blinkers back on. Fit it now, second up. Let's talk about this favourite, though. Ben, Get a Fix, the O'Shea Charlton team. He's come down to Victoria just once before. That was Caulfield Cup last year. It was a hit-and-run mission. Was able to get a nice win on that occasion. And we've heard from the team in the lead-up, too. He's actually a real confidence horse. So if he can relax early, that's really important to be able to get him feeling good in himself into a race. And
Zahara is on the 4 or 1.
He does look ready to peak, and he comes through a couple of handy races in his last couple.
Okay, 4.
Caulfield was on a heavy track. So he's on top.
Okay, Zahara is on 4. Sorry about that.
So his victory's last campaign, they were on soft 5s. He's got James McDonald in the saddle. He's got a terrific draw. He's probably been set for this race. He does look
Zahara is on 4. Then Zahara is okay. Zahara is not major move. Zahara is on 4 with a lot of advantage. So Zahara is good. But that's a 54. We become 53. This is still very strong.
Last year, $4.20 out to $5.
This is very strong.
A couple of bigger prices. They're getting up to as much as $15. Chicago has been $15 into $9.50, and after getting up to $17, Carhol has been.
That's a 7-year-old.
So Chicago looks your likely leader. I think Carhol will either be
7.
seat or 1 out like that. So they're the back horses. Get a Fix should be far away.
67. Yes.
How close can Statue
has a lot of chance, but again, it's a 7-year-old. Again, it's a 7-year-old. These are the questions that one needs to ask himself. That is this a great idea? Those are the decisions that one needs to make. Racing is all about making a decision. And
VRC comes along. Chicago moves forwards.
that's more or less the one thing that I learned is
Feeling dusty coming along with all
if you can if you can handle the risk
Sub-Zero handicappers, number 2
and your decision making is right,
towards the inside.
then you are on. Then it is no more a gamble.
To go.
Then it is no more a gamble. But you need to know when to get in, when to step out.
Last year's winner jumped away quickly with the well-supported Chicado, who's going to lead it outright. They were followed in third by Carhoff, Prince Joffre wider, and then came Berkshire Shadow next on the inside. A length away, La Zebra settling down midfield from Statuario. And then came along the inside, Get a Fix. Well back the Magster, and then Raven Silver feeling dusty and last Carini. Chicado the leader. Half a length to the outside, Cloudland. 2 for the back as Prince Dropper up on the steel. Further back is Carl the inside. A similar gap, Berkshire Shadow and La Zebra together. La Zebra one off the fence. Then came Statuario between horses outside of Get a Fix, who's bailed away 2/3 down the field. And wider than those is the Magster, feeling dusty, had its back. And then Raven Silver and Carini. That's the order around the turn in the greys. 500 to go. Chicado left the fence and just tried to kick 2 lengths in front of Cloudland. Car off the rails. Berkshire Shadow behind them. Extricating towards the outside. Prince Joffre's beaten. La Zebra behind them. And Get a Fix is starting to run on. Chicado on the 250 from Carhoff. Get a Fix is starting to get a run between horses and got tight there. But McDonald got through. And Get a Fix with 100 minutes to go. Through took the lead from Carhoff. Chicado. Fix about a neck in from a photo.
Yeah, J-Mac, J-Mac, 5. No, J-Mac got it. 5.
Well, back behind those then was Raven Silver, Prince Joffre, and the Magster.
Back to back for Mac in the Sub-Zero. Cloudland last year and Get a Fix head on will tell us a little bit of a story of just how tight that gap was as he gets on the board for John O'Shea and Tom Charlton. He's in the saddle for a victory on the Kenzo all the way back in June. He's 2 from his last 2 on this pretty handy son of Calix, who we saw during the Melbourne Spring Carnival last year.
Yeah.
Take a look at that. James McDonald, he takes it out once again. Get a Fix. The favourite gets up. That's twice. He's come down from Sydney to Victoria to get the win, Ben. But look at this, getting through the gap. Wowee.
That is scary narrow, that. So punters that back this winner can thank James McDonald for a brave ride. There was no gap there. It's almost like he's forced the gap to come. It's going to be interesting to see who grabs 2nd and 3rd. It looks like a narrow photo between Statuario and Chicado. Look at this from the head on. James McDonald was searching for a run. Goes back inside of Chicado, outside of Carhoff there, and the run was very, very narrow, scary stuff there. Time 1:24 flat for the 1,400 metres is not quick compared to standard time, what we saw in the first race. So I don't think they've gone quickly there. With that in mind, the average finished second from Statuario.
1:10.9. 5-1-10-9.
We know he's the class horse of the race, but wanted to get his head up initially when he was on heels. Might cost him finishing even closer. Chicado was brave on speed. Carhoff has finished 4th after having every chance from the box seat. But, wow, Amy, what a ride that was.
Five, 1, 10 and 9. So the 2 definitely did not deliver. It's a 7-year-old. That did not happen. The 1 did, which was a 4-year-old gelding at becomes 60, right? Low pressure. This is how it's supposed to be. I mean, this guy is supposed to be on a low pressure horse, which was okay, but 6 got beaten. That is a bad one. Then 10 and 9. 10 was 69, 18. So this failed. This failed. This got there. 29, 60, 27, 14. So 28, 16, 16, 9, 10, and 9. Where is 9? 9 is this one. The third linear. That also went through. The 12 did not get anywhere. This is 64, 62, 64. 80, 45. Here it was 31. So I won 31, 28. This is nothing but age. This is nothing but age. This is got nothing to do with anything else, but it is the age. All right. It was here. 5, 1. Okay. That's a very difficult decision to make on that 7. I mean, on that 2. It's a 7-year-old guilty. How would you recommend this with that pressure? But they had a good hand. This definitely was a problem. 54. This was okay. 58. Okay, we'll go to the third one. Five has been scratched. There's no 5. 4219. 4, 1 and 9, 2. Oh, 78, 83. It's a very bad management on the linear. I don't know. The 9 is 85. That's a mismatch, because if this is an inner drift, the pressure had to reduce on this one, but that is not right, wherein this one is the low pressure. The odds are right on this one. I don't know whether 1 will be the third, because the problem is this, that let's say if we consider this as to be pressure, which is at 78, which is the linear, all right? The linear cannot be with this jock. And I think that is what they've been doing on this, but it's a linear at the end of the day. 398, it's a good one. The horse itself is a good one. So, and this guy is a dedicated jock on the thing, but this probably is not going to get beaten. It did not get beaten here also. So we had the rails on this one. This one has physics. This is the second linear. That is good. Falls where? either it falls on this one, which is a negative leverage, so that probably is not a great idea, or here, which itself is in a problem. The 3 is in a terrible problem, so we will not talk about that. Then the low is here, which is a 70. Now if we look at the distribution, 74 is 76 will become 74. 6 is at a low pressure as well, but this is lower. This is a good hand. These people, they do not need the physics. These people, they do not need the physics. They can work without the physics. They can work without the physics. Physics is required for them. If they don't have the physics, then it is a problem. Like this guy, he doesn't have the physics. So it is difficult for him. Linears, they need the physics. So this is good. This is a mismatch. One has a problem with their management. The question is these two, which obviously is better with this one, with a jock. This guy is not. 2 is ridden by Craig Williams. 4 is ridden by Zahara. Zahara is here, so Zahara will deliver on this. 1 is Rachel King. Rachel King looks like gained weight. Plus, gained weight as in like she probably, those are the numbers. So what happens basically is this, that the lower the numbers, the lighter the weight. The lighter the weight as in like they are better handicapped for the race. Okay, this particular race. So the best is 19, which is on 7. 7 is Damian Lane. So that's the best handicapping on this. But Damian Lane is riding a horse which has got a negative leverage. Then it is this guy who's Craig Williams, who's riding this horse which doesn't have a negative leverage. And now this is a problem too. So 1 is supposed to be here with that pressure line. 8 is also supposed to be, 8 is not supposed to be here on the pressure line. Why? Because the pressure reduces. If you are getting capped at 20%, that's a bad thing. 4 is at 52. 4 is supposed to be here. 7 definitely doesn't need to be here, because when it gets to that kind of a situation that the leverage is, you have advantage and then you are also capped, they don't go hand in hand. So we'll not talk about that. The 1 is the linear, which is supposed to be here. He is not supposed to be here. This is supposed to be here. And then it is relaxation all up here. The highest relaxation is on this, which definitely is not in a position. Then it is this guy. Okay. Then it is 2. So that is right. That is right. So now where it might fall. 7, 2. I like this odd. I like this odd. 4 and 2, I like it. That looks like a clear go. 9 is a misfit. 1 has an issue. 2 is good. then anything can happen. Then the one might get in, because anyway, this is a pressure horse, the second linear. No matter how bad their management is, that horse will get there in some form, unless they do something absolutely genius on this horse that makes it go nuts. So that is that. So I like this. That's good. That's good. More the 4-year-old, 5-year-old. Look at the handicapping scale. So the yellow ones are the ones which are highly handicapped. All right. This is highly handicapped. The top handicapped is 1, like it is the linear. Then it is this one. 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 Then it gradually increases and it gives you the advantage. All right. This is handicapped, but at what level is here? All right. At what level? It is at 78. The band pressure is 63. This is at 52. The band pressure is 55. The gate is 63. This is mirroring, but that's good. And this is a much heavier horse. This is a much heavier horse. We'll see how it works. I like it. Trifecta 3159. Where did you get a 5? The 5 is not there. Vishwa? Which race are you talking about? Ascot, welcome back. Flemington, bro. Flemington. Fifth and sixth. Okay. They have it up till, on RaceNet, they have it up till 4th. They don't have more than that. And wait, I'll check.
Well, $4.20, $3.80 has just held that price throughout the day today. Oh, Diamond Lil, $4 out to find. Plus one, oh, Diamond Lil, who won the Timmy in Group 3 level 3 back.
What a lovely man to start this parade.
5th is 2,
She's in really
6th is 12.
good size, nice mover. She looks like she's been
5th is 2, 6th is 12.
And she's 3 from 3 at the distance, coming through a much stronger race, or 2 much stronger races in her last couple of starts since winning the Timmy. She looks the likely leader in
2 of those pressure lines.
the caliber
5th is 2.
for a BD and Firestorm last time out. Back to this grade, leading from the front at a distance in which she's unbeaten. I think she's over the odds backable.
2 Verona Rose was second in the Timmy before tackling the X and running top 5 of the X.
Well, she's another mare that comes down here looking an absolute treat, as you'd expect. She's a little bit of a different shape compared to Diamond Bill. She's a little bit larger framed than what she is. Great fitness on her. You can see really nice tone over her rib cage and just generally in really good shape.
Fast race last time out.
But Vishwa, that's a brilliant question that you asked. I actually start from the last.
She brings some of the strong
Who came in last and why?
2 leading chances.
That's the way to go, Vishwa. That's the way to go.
And it's a 3-year-old filly now.
Absolutely. She's always
I generally start from the last. Who came in last?
Nice progression from last prep and filled out a little bit too. I think it's near enough to being a perfect parade from her. She's just starting to get a touch warm on her flank, but that'll have no impact on her performance.
The rising distance third up looks ideal. She did finish ahead of Only where she ran third in the first race today as well. Last time out in a strong race at Puffin. But it's a rising grade third today.
She won a Strut Stakes on Hobart Cup Day early this year. Horse 4 is keeping cool. Kieran Marr going for back-to-back wins in this race.
She's been up a good while, this horse, but I feel like she just keeps on training on really quite nicely. Her condition's excellent. It's far too good to be tipping her out anyway, and she keeps on running good races. She looks pretty much the same as what I've seen from her all preparation.
Yeah, she's got some strong recent form. That second gondola with Sunshine in my pocket behind her last start is among the strongest last start performances in the race. Mark Zara for Kieran Marr. There's a lot to like. The query, and it's a big query given the price, is the distance.
Stable won it with Running By 12 months ago. The 5 is stretching. 6 Sneaky Sunrise has typically shown her best here at Flemington.
Yeah, she loves it here, doesn't she? She's an absolute beauty. She's a 2-time winner at this track and also a place getter at this track and distance on 2 occasions. She looks great. I feel like she's stripping just a little bit fitter with each start, and she's just about at her peak now.
I think she's ready to peak. Third up, getting to it right this at 1,600 metres at a track in which she likes. I think she's over the odds. Sneaky Sunrise is one that if you like her, I wouldn't talk you out at all, backing her each way. I've got her in my numbers. I think she's a better chance than her price would suggest.
Signs on being one of the better, if not best, maiden in the country. Horse 7 slaughtering, placed in Australasian Oaks for Trent Busman and Natalie Young, and now in the Chris Waller camp.
Yeah, she's a beauty, this horse. She's thickened up since the last time that I've seen her, which was a good while ago now. She just looks a lot heavier and a lot more mature. I'd say she's probably just going to race around this weight now. I'll assume that she's going to trim up much more than that.
Yeah, she was strong late last time out in a high-rating Ace Stakes. The dropping grades are positive. She's going to map for a nice run, I think, for Damien Lane. So a double figure, she's definitely one I can entertain as a winning hope.
Henna's Dream has been placed in her last 4, most recently the Bogus Gold Star. That's a form reference for the Chester Manifold.
I think she might have gone with that run just a little bit as
So
well.
that's a verbal confirmation that it is a drop in class. That's 7.
She's pretty relaxed.
She's going really well. Just missed
A negative leverage is a drop in class.
That is great form for this race. The big concern for me is how she's going to handle stepping up to 1,600 and whether that just stretches out and takes away some of her brilliance.
Night Moonlight Circus has gone all the way from a Pakenham maiden in July to place at Group 3 level in 5 starts.
Yeah, she has. She's always had a little bit of an X factor since she first bounced onto the scene this mare. She looks fantastic again. She has been racing very consistently, and even when she's not winning, she's not far off them. She should be giving them a shake again.
Good effort last time out, albeit with absolutely every chance, having had the perfect run behind that soft speed. The dropping class suits, and Ethan Brown sticking with her is the big positive.
Speaking of this day last year, horse 10 Bronte Beach was there winning a maiden on debut. She's had just 3 starts.
Has the blinkers going on for the first time today, which I think are called for. I don't know what to make of her first up performance for this preparation, but she bounced back and ran quite well last start. She is such a light framed horse. I've heard both the trainers say previously they wish that she'd eat a bit better. So her condition here is actually pretty good for her. She looks to have been well maintained.
Well, she looks like being a potential group horse after she won her first 2 starts. Been rocking at Midnight Known, the Wish on debut, had Ultimatum, Barbie Streamwood, Actuality behind her at her second start. Now, she's disappointed market expectations. First up, she was better second up. Third up, if she rolls forward with the blinkers going on first time, she could run a much better race than her price would suggest without it all surprising. I think she's a fair talent.
Foxy Freda twice, Roots and running by the other years. It's a race that keeps building in stature. The English bracelet is siding with the Sydney form bet.
Yeah, I think the Sydney form is the way to go in this race. I did struggle to split these two. In the end, I lent to O'Diamond Lil just because she's going to be in front making her own luck, and Verona Rose might need a little bit of luck in the home straight. But O'Diamond Lil, Verona Rose, they had 2 better chances to me. I think Sneaky Sunrise
Let's see.
backable in
But
each way. Keeping Ball's got good enough form. Just a 290 given the
3 is a lot of exposure that you have taken. 3 is a lot of exposure that you have taken. If that happens, then
We're on the same page again, Ben. So
that's
hopefully we can get the
brilliant.
job done here for everyone at home. O'Diamond on top for me. Lovely. She looks in fantastic condition. Seems to have come down here in really good order. Nice, bright. Weight looks absolutely spot on. So hopefully she can get the job done. Her Sydney friend that's also come down with her in Verona Rose is another horse that looks fantastic. And I've always had a lot of time for Moonlight Circus. I think she always gets saddled up looking an absolute treat.
Amy's top selection, O'Diamond Lil. It is hard to look past his daughter of So You Think's 4 from 4 wins when racing at the mile. First time down here racing in Victoria. It's the same with the 2 Verona Rose. These mares that have come down from Sydney. And we mentioned Verona Rose gets Frank Williams on board. 5th up,
feel
best
like
prep.
2 is going to win.
For your time, Gary, great to see you here on Oaks Day. bring
You
down
have
the
a
beautiful
point.
Verona Rose.
So I'll tell you why you have a point.
I'm surprised that she's
Uh,
very water home and for her to come away from home in a bit of strange environment. Then come to a big
So why you have a point?
Hopefully when she does
I'll
get
show
back, she
you.
comes on from this again.
But
Draw barriers
whatever happens, I think 4 and 2 are there. Why this might happen? Okay. So if you look at the handicapping scale, the 2 is here right after 3. 3 is a lot of exposure that you have taken. It is almost the same age. Okay. It is almost the same age. And that is why with that jock, it has a lot of advantage. It doesn't matter where it is standing, but it has a lot of advantage because of the age. Okay.
Into $3.80, but $3.90 into $3.80. Your best move at sits. Keep your cool up the top. It's just been a little bit easy. $2.80 since we last spoke. $3 now, $3.10 as it starts to drift up the top. O'Diamond Lil, well supported across the racing.com team. $4 out to $5.50, getting a decent price there. Moonlight Circus, $5.50 into $6.50, or out to $6.50 there as well. 15 to 11 for Sneaky Sunrise. Sweltering, Richo's on board, $11. Pretty decent price tag. Keep your cool. Just don't drift up the top. What are you really getting for free confidence sport? Pull on your screen or visit the website.
Lindsay Park on a busy day amongst the busy Melbourne Cup Carnival presents Sneaky Sunrise in the English banner. Will Hayes has been kind enough to join us pre-race. Flemington brings the best out in her captain today.
Yeah, we have run in the deep end a little bit with our race selection.
And that has happened in the past, Vishwa. I don't know if you have watched those races, but that has happened in the past. But for that, the other thing that also is required is the body
He
weight.
knows that well. So from barrier before. We've taken the wickets off because we do feel she's gotten a little bit keen in her previous
I
start.
like the odds, Lee. I like the odds. The odds are pretty much neat.
Be doing her best work play.
It should not get disturbed. I like the odds. Exactly the first two odds, I like it. I like it. I don't know about one, what the one is going to do. The one, the challenge, they're saying about one, but the challenge is this. About the one, the challenge is this, that if that's the pressure, that jockey is a he's a dedicated jockey, he or she or whatever it is, but that is not right for that pressure. That is not right. You needed one of these guys in orange on that. He is good for what? He should have been on this horse. Like they said, the 7 is a drop in class, so we get that here. This one is not a drop in class, but it is a drop in I don't know what, but it's a lot of risk on this horse.
It's a great question. I thought probably around midfield,
So
but if she begins well, there is an opportunity to perhaps
the question here is how that 6 is going to react. All right, how that 6, because even if we take out the difficulty and all that, it still stays higher than this one, though it has advantage and jock. So we'll see how that 6 works. But 4 and 2, it doesn't look like there is anything in between.
Whether they want to use her early, I'm not sure, but I do think I'd go with Little Looks Your Leader, and I thought keep your cool and Bronte Beach and roll forward.
One is the linear.
So, a lot of the key hopes should get their opportunity with favourable draws here, Kate, and favourable bets.
One is the linear.
We like, speaking of the jockeys, in a bit of chat, how
The-
Raymond was saying out of the previous one, I've got one back.
You get to feel it. I mean, I mean, with that kind of a management which is bleeding,
and he has the chance to be able to get here on the favourite. Keep your cool, but
one is not hard to win. That horse is fantastic. The arrangement on that horse is wrong. The arrangement is wrong. That horse, that stud farm is bleeding financially. They have put in a jock who is a mismatch on that horse. He's handicapped very, very widely.
Looks like it's going to provide a tail for our straight races this afternoon, so you'd expect we'll be running
You see,
good time for the Red Roses, for the 3-year-old fillies, which is our 7th, and then the Century.
one is not a bad horse, all right? It's got the pressure on. It is the linear. It's got the class. It's got everything that it is required to win. The problem is here that if that's a pressure, that jockey is not supposed to be on this horse. Plus, they are the highest defaulters in this entire thing. Apart from them, they are also. They are the highest defaulters. They kind of bleeding. You see that?
Diamond Lilla's in, Bronte Beach comes along, Sneaky Sunrise to join them, with also Sweltering. And Moonlight Circus will be the last one to join them.
The horse is good, but
Forward in the Yulong colours,
I mean, putting your
taking a middle
hard-earned on that horse is a bad idea. If you like one, good, cheer for it, stay out of the race. If you win, we will all cheer for you. But if you are thinking of an investment on that horse, that's not a great idea.
pretty good line too. If anything, getting a squeeze out was Suntora back in the field, and Moonlight Circus, Bronte Beach going back to the end, and O'Diamond Lil jump quickly with Keep Your Cool the outside, and Verona Rose is going to tuck in. Third one off the fence outside of Ennis Stream, followed by Sweltering, Sneaky Sunrise, Bronte Beach, Suntora. Moonlight Circus is at the tail of the field. So they complete the first
500 metres of the contest, and the leader is O'Diamond Little by a length and a quarter. Second is Keep Your Cool as they just start to string out a little, and they're a length and 3/4 Enna's Dream and Verona Rose together. Two further back is Sweltering outside of Sneaky Sunrise. A length and a half Bronte Beach Suntour and Moonlight Circus is last. O'Diamond Little approaching the 800 marker, led by a length Keep Your Cool. 2 lengths Enna's Dream, third the inner, and then came Verona Rose, who's had a really nice run. Two further back is Sweltering, Sneaky Sunrise, Bronte Beach Suntour, bailed away second last, and Moonlight Circus is thinking about getting motivated. Coming around the turn at the 550, O'Diamond Little 3/4, Leonard's Dream behind them.
Wait.
Leaving the slipstream, Verona Rose, 3 wide to stake a claim, Sweltering to the outer, and behind those horses, Sneaky Sunrise, who hits a bit of a dead end. 300 metres to go, they sprint up. Keep Your Cool momentarily in front. With on the outside, Verona Rose. Sweltering trying to join in. Sneaky Sunrise behind them. Verona Rose still has company here. Led by a neck with 100 metres to go. Sweltering and Keep Your Cool trying hard. It's Verona Rose. Punching down Verona Rose.
Two. Zoom.
Sneaky Sunrise.
2-7.
At the tail of the field was Suntora.
2-7.
Result for Gary Portelli and team with Verona Rose. Second in a tippy to O'Diamond Lil a little bit earlier in her
2-7.
Wales. After beating 400 in Epsom and running top 4 in a hot edition.
That is the same sex, same age.
Also for Gary Portelli and team, the sand news coming through in the last couple of days with his former promising sprinter and stallion, Sajardin, unfortunately losing his life. 2-7 and a photo for a bunch of them to grab third and fourth in the English bracelet.
You heard Gary Portelli pre-race. He was really confident. He travelled down to Victoria.
I had to.
She was on song.
I had
She was
to.
really comfortable in her.
But I also had 4.
That key Sydney form. She was fit. Sit back.
Luckily, 4 got a place.
She could finish over the top of it.
There didn't look a lot of pressure at all. O'Diamond Little likely leaded when Bronte Beach had no ambition to go forward and just left the favourite Keep Your Cool sitting outside the lead, and presented an opportunity for Craig Williams to lob it.
So same sex, same age. Will that's why when Dow's I know Vishwa said that I supported Vishwa. That's a very strong possibility that the two will win. Because when it is the same sex, same age. 2-7.
You can say that again, guys. Sharon, you were absolutely delighted. Why shouldn't you be? What a win that was for you. Oh my God, that was amazing. So good. Verona Rose has been incredible. Been knocking at the door for a while now. She's been just trying for so long. But all the girls have got so many girls in this farm. And it's just want to scream. Especially considering you've got all the girls to get a winner on Oaks Day. Tell us about Thoroughbred Girls for those who don't know. Well, we're a group of girls that just love racing. We're over the moon and we try and get a bunch of girls together. We race up to 36 horses now. And we have a on Tuesday, as you know, with our great friend Sam Capital. We're over the moon. We just cannot believe this. And now today it's just incredible. Don't tell us the girls that we don't love racing. Look at that massive ownership group. They picked up this mare for $40,000 a couple of years ago in the English Classic sale. Gary Portelli, he wasn't worried that she'd come down, she'd travel well, but he did have that owner pressure on his shoulders. Well, they get the win.
2-7-4, I think. 2-7-4-1. I think it's 2-7-4-1.
So, Gary, congratulations, but Elizabeth wants to touch on how things can turn around in racing in 24 hours after that sad news of your former sprinter Sajardin's demise yesterday.
Yeah, it was bad news. It shows you how things can change in this game. But, Paul Bugger had to be put down to suffer an accident. You're probably the lead side next year. You watch Ollie Zillies be worth a fortune in the South. Like Picasso's. He's a beautiful horse himself. And he was a beautiful horse all over. It's just he's like a mate, So it was a tough night. And tonight we've got 2 runners and 2 winners. Mate, now things can change,
It's no game like it. There's no black type attached to this, but this is vindication for what this mare's capable of.
Yeah, look, exactly.
I'll get the numbers. Wait.
It cost our owners $40,000 for it.
2741. So what happened here is this, that it's the same sex, same age. All right. This is something that we have spoken a lot of times here, and it has happened way too many times. So what happens is when you look through the handicapping scale, all right. Sorry. So when you look through the handicapping scale, so that's the highest handicap, but the horse is like that. 4 was good through the handicapping. Everything was good. Then these horses, they were there. So the 2 won. The 7 was a drop in class. All right. And it's a huge drop in class. It's not just that, but with that advantage, it just went through. With that advantage, it just went through. It was here. 1 was 57. Very difficult to do that thing. And I mean, see, the point is this. So what exactly is handicapping? All right. If you have to answer that question in one word, it is of assembling of the horses. It is about assembling the horses. What numbers we get here is not something the race course is delivering. The numbers are coming from the horses, their body weight, their class, the jockeys, the distance, and all that. All right. So handicapping is when a race course is handicapping a race, what essentially they're doing is they're assembling the right horses in a race. Now, what they look when they want to put those horses in the race, they look at the same thing that we look at. All right. They look at the same thing that we look at. But, certain races like this one, when it is like same sex, same age, when it is, you put in a couple of gildings in here, the arithmetic is going to change. You put in a couple of colts here, the arithmetic is going to change. So what happens when everything is like same sex, same age, is the advantage is an advantage because they're all same. They almost, these horses, if we look through the body weight of these horses, all right, this is not in kilograms, by the way. This is a very complex way of getting the body weight. But what happens when we get the body weights? So higher the body weight, all right, when you have a higher body weight, you require a pressure on that body weight. You require a pressure on that body weight. And lower the body weight, you need a reduction on the pressure. So it's a mathematics like this, that let's say you have, maybe in your own country, you have the advantage where you know the body weight of the horse. So let's say there is a horse A, which is at 400 kilograms, and there is another horse which is at 470 kilograms. All right. So 400 and 470. Let's say you have that data. You are working with this data. Let's say there is a race card. In India, we have race cards where we do get the body weights. All right. In Hong Kong, you do get the body weights. So now, what will happen in this kind of a situation is this, that let's say this is 470 kilograms, this is about 400 kilograms. So the difference is 70 kilograms. Okay, so the difference is 70 kilograms. Now, in order to win the race, this needs to have at least 71 kilograms on this horse. At least 71 kilograms. And for this, anything you put, if that goes on an advantage, all right, then this thing, if this is a lower pressure, if it turns out to be a lower pressure, then this is unstoppable. This is unstoppable. But what happens when it is a mixed sex? It is the same sex, same age. So when it is a same sex and same age, all of them have more or less the same body weight, which is about 450 kilograms. All of them, whether it is 450 or 400, that's the body weight that they're carrying. All of them, more or less, maybe 10, 12 kilograms here and there, but they more or less are the same. Out of which we get that figure that this is heavier, this is lower. So they have a better chance. Then we look at the pressure, and that's how it is. So when it is a same sex and same age, what happens is the low pressure will win. Generally, but it has to be in a position to deliver that. It has to be in a position to deliver that. It has to have performance. It has to have a little bit of body weight. Generally, this is an unstoppable mechanism. It's all physics. It is all physics. There is nothing else to it. Horse racing is about numbers. It is physics. We'll go to number 4. There's a huge scratching. 1, 2, 4, 10. 1, 2, 4, 10. 12 and 14. 12 and 14. All scratched. 11, 9, 7, 5. So you see that one, why that one did not win, okay? That one did not win because of 2 reasons. One is the mismanagement on that horse. And secondly, because of that jock on that horse, okay? It came in 4th because of what that horse is. Here, if you look at that 11, it is also on the same lines, though it is a dedicated jockey. So either the things might happen in this one is this, that because it is a dedicated jock, that 11, I mean, he knows the horse, all right? It's a 4-year-old mare. There is no looking back. It's a 4-year-old mare in a race like this where everybody is 5-year-old gelding and 8-year-old gelding. There is no looking back. There's no stopping. There's no stopping. It'll nail it like nobody's business. But here is the catch. The catch is the jock. All right. You see, the 2, right? The 2 was a low pressure with a jock who is capable of handling a high pressure horse. But this guy was only capable of handling a low pressure horse who was put into, I mean, he's handicapped in that way. He is handicapped in that way that he cannot go with that pressure. And that depends on, what is their body weight recently. I can't say this is today's body weight. This probably is the body weight, when we pull the data, could be a couple of days old. So whether he has developed, we have no clue. But that's the only reference that we have. So here it is. This is okay because that's how it is supposed to be. 13. But this is not right. That jock, that horse is a mismanagement. That jock, that horse is a dicey proposal. It's a dicey proposal. Now it's an 1800 meter. Okay. So what are you exposed to? The horse can win 1800 meter up to 2000 meter linears have no problem. But you're exposed to the fact that the jockey handicapping and the horse handicapping doesn't match. So your investment lies on the decision that this jockey is going to be making, who is also a dedicated jock. And he's not going to force this horse from the gate. He will wait for the last bend because that is very high. All right. That is very high. If he raves this horse at the last bend, this horse will not be able to pull it up. He cannot rave this horse. In that case, anything lower than that will go through the last bend. So 11 is the favorite. It's a good one. Everybody is looking at those numbers, but the difference is here that this gentleman is on this horse with that pressure, which is not the right arrangement. Now the question is, do you want to put your investment on that on the basis of this, or just cheer for it? If you look through the rails, the 9 is there. 9 is with a jock who can very much handle that pressure. It also drops drastically at the bend. That is good. This arrangement is good. Then what might happen? It'll drop. It'll drop where? This is a drop in class. They're also very bad. This is a drop in class. That's also very bad. So if we look at the capping, then it's like that. So this is a bad arrangement actually. Five is 8. This cannot be here. Bad idea, I think. There's a jock to deliver. 5. What are the odds? 11, 9, 7, 5. 11, 9, 7. 7 is a 68. You take out the difficulty, it'll be 65. 63 will be 61.5. So, but that pressure puts it in a lower cap. And this one, 66, is a 2.5. Opens up here with a leverage. And now that 6 becomes a check. I'll explain why. So, you see the 5 is there within the odds with a low pressure, which is good. But if you look at the order, the 7 is before the 5. So the market will have to believe the market as well. So the market believes that the 7 is going to be before the 5. So if you look at the 7 is a 68. You take out the difficulty, it becomes 65. This is a 63. You take out the difficulty, it will become 61. All right. And this one, you take out the difficulty, it will be 64. So this is 65. This is about 63.5. And if you look up the cap, so this one at 17 is stressed. This one at 17.25 is stressed. But this one opens up here. It becomes 15. I mean, the higher the number, they are relaxed. Here, if you look at this, it will give you an idea. So that 2 was here, all right? This was not in a great shape, but that was here, all right? That 7 was here, which was also a mismatch because this is a drop in class, but the 2 was here. This is at 13, 29, 13, 85. Take out the difficulty. And here it was 20. So it was the highest relaxed horse. All right. This one was higher, but it was also in a bad state. Here, that's where the 6 opens up. They're also in a very good hand. 63, this one opens up. But is it worth? I don't know. 11, is it worth? $11 is all good, but that's the challenge. If you can take it with a pinch of salt and hope that it doesn't get knocked out because of the bad decision made by him. Because what his decision is going to be, let's understand that. What's his decision is going to be. He knows probably that I am on the favorite horse. He will try to lead. And by lead means he will put the horse into momentum. And if that happens, it's an 1800 meter. It'll run through the entire field. And at the last bend, it'll have that pressure to carry. And will take another 150 meters to actually build up that pressure. And in that bargain, if somebody else beats it, then it is all upside down. So not a great arrangement on 11.
In May, he ran third behind Smoke and Rope and Torrens and ran in the big one Tuesday.
Yeah, if he brings that form, he'll be hard to beat. Won't he? He made a nice pace there. He looks super. I just love how much this horse matured mentally. When he first came over to Australia, he used to be an absolute mess on race day. And every season, he's just got better and better.
He'll roll forward close to the speed. Now he's disappointing last time out, but that was the race that produced 5 subsequent victories. So it was a hot form race that he comes through. If he can find his best form, he can give a big sight.
7 Liberty has a terrific record here. It was good, in a good addition to the Seymour Cup second up.
He certainly was. He just naturally carries a fair bit of condition, this horse, and I feel like he's probably hit his peak today in regards to where he needs to be. It's just taken him those few runs. His coat's absolutely beautiful. He's put up over his hindquarters. He's always got a great attitude.
Love the way this horse is going, this preparation. I thought he did enough late. First up behind a smart winner, then second up. He got a long way back. He was among the fastest late, strong addition to the Seymour Cup. Third up, nice jump out between runs. Looks set to peak. If he's close enough, I think he can finish over the top.
8 is far flung. There was a half-length discrepancy between him and Liberty and Seymour.
This horse, he's such a cool animal. You can just see the way that he operates. He's an absolute gentleman. I'm sure he'd be a stable favourite the way that he conducts himself. He's such a fat bugger too. He always looks big in condition, but you can see really nice tone over his ribcage. That's as tight as he ever looks.
He was far off Liberty last time out. He was winner 2 starts ago. He should be 8 deep into a preparation. He's going well. I can't understand why he's such a big price for this great race. It's got to be one of the better winning chances in the race over the odds.
9 El Duca's run well in all 5 runs through the preparation, including third up when having the better of the Peninsula Cup presser at Caulfield.
Well, I found him on top nearly every start that I've seen him this horse, and it's going to be hard to go today. It's one of the main chances. He looks absolutely perfect here.
He's got a great map. He'll roll forward in the lead, or be right there close to the speed if Baby Zuya and Fortune want to sit 1-2. But he had every opportunity last time out. He did have 62.5 kilos. He had every opportunity when Far Flung went past him 2 starts ago. So the map a bit ticked, but I can't get him as short as market.
10 Lincoln Morris scratched after winning yesterday's Kyneton Cup. 11 Chocolates made a winning return at Hillside.
She was awesome first up. She's just a really good man. 9 starts, 5 wins, 2 minor placings. You know that she's going to be in it for a good way, and you know she's going to try her best. The condition's perfect.
Last start winner, who might have been a bonus victory for her. She's fit for that run, suited rising in distance. She's down in weight. She's got plenty of upside. Look, this is a tougher test than what she won first up, and a tougher race than some of the ones that she either won or contested last preparation. Big chance, but short enough.
She became the favourite off the back of 12 Zambardo scratching. We'll see him in the Champion Stakes on Saturday. 13 Ocean Beyond having started 50.
Hopefully that could be the tonic to break the duck. It's been 1,264 days since he's won a race, but he's run some absolute crackers last preparation. He does look really good. His coat's beautiful, and he looked quite wintry over those winter months, which is to be expected, but it's a nice grade today.
It was a nice end first up with the pattern against him there in the heat of the Melbourne Cup Country Series. Second fastest last 200, strips fitter for that run. May be able to settle closer today. He's a blowout hope at a big price.
14 Ghetto Superstar Scratch ran third over 2,000 on Cup Day. 15 Fellas Machine back to SA.
Bishwa 8.
Lovely. I haven't seen this one just for a little while now.
Ipswich.
Really nice healthy coat on him. His fitness is where it needs to be. Can we just go on for the first time, Ben? Hopefully just to sharpen him up a little bit.
We've got to look at the fact that Chocolates is $2.80. This guy's $71. And last preparation, they were much closer to each other in the market. Fish about a length apart from each other. So if the blinkers can help him get over one run that was uncharacteristically poor last time out, it was pretty good 2 starts ago against the pattern. Gee, there's a big discrepancy between the favourite and him based on what they were doing last preparation. So this is a race I'm pretty keen to be with Liberty. I think $7 is more than fair. I guess the concern is his racing pattern. He's going to be back in the field, but I bet he did more than enough. Had a very strong Seymour Cup last time out. Before the Chocolates has got a good hope. She's too short at that price for me relative to Liberty. I'd have them much closer together. So happy to back the 7. Far Flung, if you like Liberty, you got to make a case for him to double the price, and Fortune can roll forward as well. So Liberty on top. Amy, what about you from the yard?
Well, I found this really tough, Ben, because I think there's 5 horses that look sensational, and they've all got really nice chances on form as well. I'm going to go with Luca just on top. I just think he looks an absolute treat. He's been going really well. I've found him on top many times. His preparations, they're hard to go away from him today. Of those other 4 that I think look spot on, they are Fortune, Liberty, Far Flung, and Chocolates. This is a tough race to separate them.
They also
They
are also not in favor of that 11. They are also not in favor of 11.
Deep lane sticking with coming in for this event as well. He can wait for them a little bit. If he hits the front, he doesn't like to put too much of a margin on them. When he's up on speed, he can look around, but he does get the job done often.
Vishwa, check the ground conditions where you are playing.
He gets back, but it's just important. You've got to switch him off, he'll go to sleep, and he can just be really nice and comfortable.
Even they kind of steered off from the 11
Let's hear from Rob Archibald about the chances
at the track.
Thanks for your time, Rob. Always nice to have a runner on a big day like this for a great client in OTI. How is Fortune coming into today?
Yeah, he's been excellent. Really sort of found his groove this preparation with two nice sort of Saturday wins. Obviously, strong test here, but he's going well. Gets a nice setup. Looks to be from the draw, and hopefully, if he runs to his best, he shouldn't be too far away.
He looked an absolute treat in the yard. He braided nice and quiet. A little bit up and about when the jock got on board, but just seems like he's feeling pretty well.
Yeah, that's him. When the rider gets on, he generally does get up and about. But very happy with him. Trouble going well, so got the right man on board. And hopefully, can give him a nice run.
Nice bit of right time. Just to
NBA.
step up slightly in distance too. Those couple of positive and confidence boosting runs to start the campaign.
Yeah, exactly. He's got out though with this sort of trip in the past, and feel like he's ready for it now. Sort of fourth up, so hopefully he can run home.
Good luck, Rob.
Thanks, Amy.
Chocolates, still your best back up the top of the market, getting quite short of price. They're sitting at $2.30. Some good support coming for a few others.
11 should get it.
The Benaz Gary back to $11 to $6.50, 29 cents out of the market. So a lot of these moves not entirely genuine.
Honestly, Lee, I am
11 into 7 there.
I have two minds about that 11. I can't. I don't think I'd like to recommend that. I don't think I'd like to recommend that. The 9.
Call the number on your screen or visit the website.
Two runners for Kieran Maher in search for third straight victory in this Good Friday Appeal Trophy over 1,800 metres. Kieran, appreciate your time.
It's all blurry, Lee. Not for me. 9 not bad, but if the jock on 11 does the right decision, then the 11 will win. But what if he doesn't? So it's a two-way thinking. I don't like to get into these kind of situations, Lee. I don't like to get into these kind of situations. I don't like to leave it on a jock's decision without the right numbers. I don't like to leave it on the jock's decision without the right numbers. If I don't have the right numbers, I don't have the right numbers. And this is not the end of the world. This is not the last race that we're doing. We're racing every day, Lee. You and I had this conversation a long time ago. We race every day, every Saturday, every Wednesday, every time we are racing. So this is not the last race for us. And if you look at the worth, it's very negligible. It's a favorite. Let's say even if it wins, what are you going to gain out of it? And what happens if it loses? Which is there. That chance is equally there, if not more. The 6 has a possibility, Bishwa. The 6 has a possibility, but that's a far-fetched thing. That's a far-fetched thing. It's good to look at it getting a place, but it is bad if you want to invest on it.
The favourites, Harry Coffey, looking for another winner of the carnival. Not the last of the tough day. So, Chocolate Cherries in the field, loading away quickly. Far Flung is the next one along. Liberty is going to be the final one to come along. Trainer Ronnie Griffiths with a couple of chances later, including Rainmaker. So Liberty. So Liberty walking forward. Field set.
Gatekeeper 511-7. Welcome back, Gatekeeper.
Stands pretty well. There they go. It was an even line. El Duca from barrier number 2, the first to pierce that line from Forgot You to Yarb, and Fortune is going to tuck in behind those, far flung wider than that runner. And then came Chocolate's defence from Vella's Machine, Liveramy as second last, and at the back, Ocean Beyond. So they sort out their order, and it's El Duca, the expected leader, 3/4 of a length in front. So Yarb second, far flung's on a limb.
It's been a good race. Yes, so far.
Just 2 minds. Further back along the inside, Forgot You. And also in between Horses, Fortune, as far flung's trying to sneak back.
11 is doing good.
Dallas Machine is just keeping his body.
11 is doing good. That jockey is doing good.
Last one as they reach the 1100. So it's El Duca, 3/4 of a length in front, 1,000.
Let's see what he does after the
2 lengths Forgot You, third on the rails, and then came
after the 800 marker.
There's going to be 3 wide the trip. Dallas Machine, the centre in the red jacket, and Chocolate failed away on the running rail. Second last.
Traffic jam for 11, but it is restored. Let's see what he does after 800 meter marker. We'll get to see. We'll get to see an 8.
So Yarb is 3/4 of a length away.
He needs to push the button at the 800 meter marker. That's where he needs to push the button. He didn't.
The favourite Chocolate's trying to get away from the rails at this stage. Still fourth last. El Duca sprints up at the 400 metres. A length and a quarter, Sir Yarb.
But he's restored.
Chocolate is still about 6th. El Duca, 250 metres to go. Far Flung is giving strong chase the outside. Liveramy late, and then Chocolate's up on the rails with Sir Yarb. It's El Duca at the 100. Far Flung the outside, still hasn't got there. El Duca boxes on. Far Flung is trying hard. El Duca, Far Flung. It's going to be a hit over on the line. Photo finish. Photo between El Duca and Far Flung. Liveramy. Chocolate's prominent for 4th. So Yarb not beaten too far. Ocean Beyond again. Bella's Machine, Fortune, and also Forgot You.
7 is third.
8 or 9, 9 or 8. Far Great William Stanley O'Brien outside in the blue with the Jacks, and El Duca in the Saunders colours. The Damien Lane and the Friedmans. He's back to the inside. We heard Matt identify that Far Flung was trapped wide in the run. And that run will cost him victory. El Duca holds on back to the inside for Damien Lane, Anthony and Sam Friedman. Liveramy was certainly making an impression in the closing stages of the march.
9.
About a half length
9, 8, 7.
from second to third, but it's the nose that knows. It might even be slightly
9, 8, 7.
to the Friedman.
9, 8, 7, 13.
Mentioned in the yard. It's been a superb prep from an intricate benchmark 70 back in early August. Hillside and Caulfield wins, just beaten in the Grand Handicap by Blinded by the line when giving that horse 8.5 kilos.
So what happened? That is not right. That will not work. That generally doesn't work. So 9, the other one went through. Then it was 8. 8. Because that was a low pressure. 9, 8. It went through with a jock on this horse. 9, 8. 7 and 13. 7 got there, which was the second linear with the pressure, and then 13, the 8-year-old. $82. And go to 5th one. 12 has been scratched. 10, 8, 6 and 3. So we have done this race, okay, and I'll tell you where. We have done this the day before this one. Race number 6, okay. So race number 6 was an LR, was the LR. Here today, this is the LR. We have done this and we got the queen on 3 and 5. Alright? We got the queen on 3 and 5. Even the 1 got 4th. So what we worked with is the DC. Higher the DC, the better it is. This is where it played. We spoke about this, that 3 should win, 5 should be second, and if the 6 can handle that pressure from gate number 13, which is a little not sufficient, it will be third. But that did not happen. The 8 did not get there. 11 got through in between. The 11 got through with that marriage. So out of in this particular section, in the 0 section, we had the low pressure horses, and this one went through because this one was not there for some reason. A negative leverage. The 13 was a hope, but they were like that. They were also like that. So one of them did the thing. So in this case, what should happen? That definitely is a bad one. Okay. They're talking about the 10, okay? The 10 should win. Why the 10 should win? Why the 10 should win? It has body weight. That's the first thing. It is a low pressure horse. That is also the same thing. That is also good. But when we calculate the difficulty of this race, so 10, that's a 98, take out 6, that'll become 92, both of them. And here it'll be 95, they will be 92 as well. They are also going to be in that range. So ideally, 2 should win, but 2 is a 7-year-old gelding. It's a 1600 meter, 102, 101, 101. The 2 should win. 95. 10. One. 98. 7. That is an advantage. This is a bigger advantage. That's an 8-year-old mare. It's a kind of a thing that has to be taken with a little So the 10 is the favorite. Now, generally what we have seen is neutrals don't win. That's the first thing. The jockey is okay. There is no problem with the jockey. It's not a high pressure horse, so that is okay. The 8 is even better. But the question is, in the order they have been placed, all right, and how it should have been. So, ideally, if the 6 was the favorite, I can still understand why it is the favorite. But that 6 is not the favorite. What is favorite is 10. And here, these two are 98, 98. Take out the difficulty, that will be 92. And 0 advantage. Here, if you look at this, there is a 3x3. I mean, technically speaking, 2 should win. But the catch is this, that this is a 7-year-old gelding. Ten is a run. 10 is what? The horses that I like, they're really old. They're really old. But it's a listed race. Let's see what they have to speak about 2. The 2 is a check. Okay. Let's see what they have to speak about the 2. 10 I definitely don't like. It is like that. What about 11? 11 is a 38. Is the second linear. Nobody has bothered to even think about it. Some little force has gotten the 3 in, which is on the 4th. Some little force has gotten the 3 in, but 2 is out of the equation. That is a 7-year-old gelding. This is from gate number 3. It's a 5-year-old gelding. 695. You take out this, it will become 90. 92. 92. That will become 95. So that 2 is a check. I don't know whether the 10 is going to win. If it plays right. See, so what are we dealing with? This is not a benchmark 90. This is not a benchmark 70. This is not an open race. This is a listed race. What is a listed race? You have best of the best horses in here, right? This is a premium race. And when that happens, so you have all the horses with different different results in the listed races and the Group 1 races and all that. So the red ones are the ones who have actually won the listed races. All right. These are actually the ones who have actually won at some point of time the listed races. So these, they have won. This thing is still stuck at a level which he has not been able to get a Group 1. He's not even placed on a Group 1. All right. Forget about listed races, not even placed on a Group 1. It's a very high rated horse, but this entire race is not very easy. He could be very high rated in wherever he raced, which are these races, which are like maybe Group 2 races, or some of those races, and comes from where? 3 days ago, Flemington came in third, and somebody is riding. That's not a problem. That's 1.5. This is 0.98. It's a high rated horse, but ideally, generally what should happen, if this was a normal race and not a listed race, then that fixes with the right pressure from gate number 4. But this is not what it looks like. There are gentlemen who are here who are quite capable of destroying them. They are facing this thing for the first time, or maybe second time. You can take a look at that, whether they're first up, second up, or whatever they are. I don't have that in here, but that too is a check. Seven is an 8-year-old gelding that is also running neutral. From gate number 10, 8-year-old. It is the same thing. It is not qualified. I mean, not as in this one and this one is good. In that case, this is younger. This is like that, 23. What would happen with this guy? An 8-year-old gelding, will he be able to handle a 5-year-old gelding from gate number 10 with that jock? That doesn't make sense. The question is this, that it's a high rated horse, fair enough, but today it is not going to be easy. Today it is not going to be easy. 180, 186, they're all the 7. Up till here it is all same. So let's say if we have to believe this, that the 10 will win. Why it'll win? It'll win because of two things. One is the body weight. And second thing is the low pressure on that body weight. Rating doesn't count. That's why it is not up here. You see, everything, the ones that will win, generally they will come here. Whether they have the ratings or not, it will come up here through the BL. The BL basically is taking in consideration the jockey handicapping, the rating, the pressure, the body weight, plus multiple other factors. So the problem here is this, that if it has to win, all right, if it will win, what are you trying to believe? What is the reason it should win? It should win because of only one reason, and one reason only, that is because of the body weight and the pressure is low. That's why. But if the class plays, which is supposed to play in this race, the class should play in this race. Otherwise, there is no reason for there is a class. Why call it a LR? There is a high chance that the class will play, and if the class plays, then 10 is upside down.
Good supporters. We're just a bit further down the page. Traders make up most of the bottom four, but not by much. Apulia, $7 has held that price. $4.80, a bit of a drift for O2 Good. Now, you remember dial-up internet? It's a thing of the past. We don't use it anymore. We insist in Wi-Fi. Well, going with that is having to wait for your exacta, your trifectas, not knowing what you're going to get. But now with SportsBet, you can get fixed odds, exotics, guarantee, and if it's a little bit lower than what you're going to get elsewhere, then bang, they'll just move it up anyway. You can lock in fixed odds on trifectas, first fours, quinellas, and exactas. And if the relevant time pays more, then you get a bigger payout guarantee. Fantastic, but you missed the dial-up time. So maybe bring that back to some point. What are you really getting? Bring up in a sport, pull it up on your screen, or visit the website.
What does the favourite's name mean, Felix? You're across these kind of things.
Exerto, is it one of the Fantastic Four? Superheroes?
Absolutely no idea. What's yours mean?
Someone called Doctor Who's using it?
It was lean machine, so it's Portuguese for sign that it's lean machine. So they wanted us to make sure that comes across. You're really
I've been Portuguese for heavily supported. This course is
from your own voice.
A little bit of slow. Like it's hoping he gets a bit more luck. He's had no luck at all in his last 2 starts.
not a big fuss for this horse. It's getting up to 1,600. So probably like a barrier of a few out. Might risk being held up again, but if you get the brakes in the home train, you can charge it.
So really wondering, do they run the last game down? They have to back up. They did make the call to the agent to do that. Do you think that he's going to be all right with that?
Well, he's here, and the money's come, so that probably is a good sign. If you're going to back up, tend to not want it to be out of a really fast run, high pressure race. And that was a moderately run 1,400 where they really ripped time. So that's the good situation if you want to be backing up relatively quickly, like he is. The other thing is, because he was getting so held up, he had a tough run at all, mate.
Yeah, we're seeing Poison Challenge too. The money coming big in James McDonald riding a kilo over. But forces into the yard. Let's take a look at this.
This mountain yard is brought to you by the 2025 Woodside Park Star roster, led by Jill Good 1-3-year-old Celestial Legend.
Terrific view of the club stand ahead of the first stakes race on Oaks Day 2025, the Channel 9 Chester Manifold 1,600 metre listed affair. 1, 2, 3, not on the yard as yet. We start with the Sale Cup winner, last start for El Rocco.
He's an absolute beauty, this horse. He's been up forever. Continues to race extremely well. I'm sure John would have loved for the track to have a little bit more moisture in it, but he looks as good as ever and he's absolutely flying.
Yes, you would love a wet track, but he's going to go forward. He's got formed this preparation on dry ground. He's going to be one of the leaders. $26 is the wrong price, in my opinion. I think he's a way better chance than that.
602 Good winner of the Group 3 bars on Wednesday. Really interested in thoughts on how she's holding together in a fifth run this spring, Amy.
Well, it's definitely the lightest that I've seen her this campaign. You can to see that tiny little bit of rib poking through behind the saddle cloth. So I'd say it's the fittest that she's been. She has lightened off a little bit. I wouldn't be concerned about that at all. It's not like she looks like she's overcooked or anything like that. It just looks like she's the fittest that she's been. Good luck, Kev, as he walks past. But her coat's still good and that is beautiful.
But in my opinion, the two best runs of her career have been at Flemington. She gets back to Flemington today. She had every opportunity last time out, but it was a stronger race. She'll get a great running chance today. I think she's one of the key runs.
Second Regulance, one runner-up in the bogus Gold Star second up.
Yeah, he was, and he's a lovely looking individual. This big, he's strong. I do feel like he's tightened up a little bit with each and every run. This time round, which was good to see. But Kitty speaking, he's getting a bit warm here, having a good sweat on his neck, but I'm not overly concerned.
Dropped in weight, gets to his best distance, got a good third up record. If the race sets up for a swoop, he can run a big race.
Poison Chalice runs on Oak Safe for the third straight year. James McDonald was aboard when he was beaten in the country final 2 years ago. He was a beaten favourite into fourth in this race 12 months ago.
Haven't seen him for a good while, this horse. He looks an absolute treat here. He's filled out a little bit too. He's always had a pretty good attitude on race day, but physically he just looks like a more muscular, more mature type of horse, which is funny given his age now. But it's quite lovely. What do you make of this one, Ben?
Good first up, past the last 200 metres of the Gawler Cup there. Drops 6 kilos, strips fitter, gets Jay back on. He's always been a talented horse. I think he's one of the better 2 or 3 chances in the race.
Try and rumble again, trying to find some of the form of the early part of her campaign.
She is, and I hope that she can. She's been an absolute wonderful horse for connections. I'm just wondering if her best is going to appear today or not. I'm not quite sure. She looks a treat. She has done all preparation, but her last few runs have probably left a little bit to be desired.
So I'm not sure that her recent form is good enough to challenge in this race. She was well beaten last out in the Valley and also, of course, 2 starts ago, so I think there's strong chances.
10 Ed Shudo, unlike many on Derby Day, he was dressed up but had nowhere to go on the Damien Oliver.
I love this horse on a back up. He naturally just carries so much condition. These type of horses are a dream to train, especially when you can get them back to the races. He would have done the same work if he had a big galloping at home, so he seems to have bounced through that really well too. He's a proof he's really happy at right.
Luckless in his last couple of starts, he's got a quick back up. He's ideally suited to 1600 metres. If he gets the breaks, then I think he's deserving a favourite.
11 Cartoon Graveyard. The Tassie Raiders done a great job on the mainland in a couple of country cups.
Yeah, he certainly has. Like first time assessing him, I didn't see him down at Sale. He's a little bit up and about today without wanting to overdo it. He looks particularly fit. His coat's nice and healthy, so he should be running up to expectation.
He's soon getting back onto a firmer surface. Look, his starting price in his last 3 starts, you can make a case that he's over the odds on his SPs alone. So, Jamie Mellon will saddle today. If he gets the break kick on it, he can definitely make a case of being over the odds.
Horse 1 is New Endeavour. First run of the Spring Brigade Waterhouse and Adrian Bott. A last start second in the Q22.
It's funny, look at his form record. The first up, his 5 starts for Zip, which is surprising because he looks great here. He looks 40 in condition. He's won over 1,400 before, so a mile shouldn't be any issues, but I'm not sure what to make of it then.
Well, he looked to delve a little deeper. He was beaten over 2.5 lengths in Group 2 level at an Ajax Stakes first up last prep, and he did jump out quite well. Looks one of the potential leaders, and he's got Mark Zara, so maybe he can improve that first up record today.
2 Detonator Jacks back from a couple of runs in Sydney.
He is back and he is lovely and relaxed. This old horse, he knows his job particularly well. His condition's very good. You know that he's very fit at this stage of his preparation, staying at the same distance range. He hasn't won for a long time though.
He hasn't. The little weight drop helps. His best form would be good enough. Ethan Brown going on a positive, but yeah, 2 years since last week.
3 Apulia, bogus Gold Star winner fresh.
That was an unbelievable training performance by the Hayes boys to get this horse to win first up. He looks an absolute picture in the yard today. He's a really good looking entire. I think his condition's even better than when he won.
He's a smart horse. You only have to go back to his bars win and second to Rip Rock in the Derby to know his class. First up of a long break he wins. He's probably even better suited on the bigger track up in distance, stripping fitter.
5 Major Bill contested a big dance wildcard first up.
Yeah, he certainly did. I'm not quite sure if he's going to be better here down in Victoria, but I thought that he looked fantastic in the yard. Nice and healthy, very sensible parade.
One of the potential leaders who we fitted for that first up run. He drops in weight. Might just need one more and further.
A couple of Group 1 winners came out of this last year. The first edition of the Chester Manifold being moved from Deers Day to Oaks Day. Light Infantryman defeated Globe. Ben, you think Shudo can handle the 5 today?
Yeah, I think he can. I think it's a positive for this horse. He's had absolutely no luck in his last couple of starts. Now he gets to his best distance. He's going to need some luck. He's had none in his last couple, but he's better suited at 1,600. If he gets the gaps when he needs them, I think he's ready to win. Too Good should get a lovely run, either one out, one back, or somewhere close to that, close to the speed. Poison Chalice, fitter, down in weight, J-Mac on, always been talented. Look, if you're playing multiples, El Rocco will give you a big sight, despite the fact that it's a further service today. But I'm keen on the chances of Intudo. What about you, Amy?
Well, we're the same here, Ben, on Team Intudo as well. I thought he looked absolutely fantastic in the yard. He's a big, chubby kind of horse, so I quite like him on this quick back. He would take good benefit out of having that run on Saturday, so I think he looks an absolute treat.
So you see, they're saying that it's a good chubby kind of a horse. That's exactly what we have on data, right?
Really good, solid
it's a heavy horse.
So she's been in this preparation, but she definitely looks right in the zone. And also,
they don't reveal the body weight and all that, but this is what we have through data. She's saying it's a chubby horse. So that's what we get, that it is a heavier horse.
Looking to make it 2 in a row. Is it Intudo's day on the quick backup from the Derby? And as we head out now, Ollie McKechnie representing the Paul Brushkin team. Poison Chalice is a work in progress. He's a stable favourite. He's getting a bit of weight relief, looking to get the job done.
He certainly is, Kate. We've just had to strategically...
But chubby isn't the right word I was looking for. If she said that it's a muscular horse, that's nice to
Look, if he can repeat his performance like he did second
absorb.
last prep, he'll be right in this up to his eyeballs.
You were happy with how he performed first up?
Yeah, it was an awkward, yucky track at Gawler. We weren't quite expecting to get a track like that, and he was a good pass mark. I still believe maybe this prep he might be looking for a little further than the mile to truly show his best, but we're very happy with where he's at.
What were the discussions with J-Mac pre-race? Where would you like him to sit?
Just said to J-Mac, if he can be in the first half, speed looks okay, and he'll be just behind the speed if they don't go too hard, or he'll be midfield. So left it really in his corner. He's a great jockey, and he'll make the right calls.
We always hope so. Good luck, Paul.
Thank you very much.
Hola, e bella sorte. It's Portuguese for hello and good luck. Really
11.
Not that I must have five in the next 20 minutes. We'll find that out shortly. Intudo is your favourite in this one. Portuguese name, Origins, $5 into $3.
6-year-old gelding, that's the second linear. Yes, obviously it looks good. Through the pressure point, it is there. It's got the physics as well.
Call it up on your screen or visit the website.
Okay, Waterhouse is with us. Adrian Bott had 2 runners in the Chester Manifold. Gay, good to see you. And shimmering in the silver with a bit of sequence detail as well. Talk us through your 2 runners in New Endeavour and also Major Bill.
New Endeavour's an older horse. He's top weight. Probably he's long odds, double figure odds, but he doesn't know that. He's been working super. And Major Bill came down from a run in Sydney. I'm very happy with both. Probably Major Bill's shorter price, probably the horse to have a real wager on.
Perfect summary. 35 seconds out from the jump of a group race. Well done.
Thank you.
Let's go to Matt Hill for the Chester Manifold.
21 on official price, $3.30 the tote. So coming along as Major Beal with Tim Clark. Too Good as forwards. Too Good for Kevin Daffy, Damien Lane, who broke his couple-week drought earlier on today. Cartoon Graveyard to join the Mel Rocco, with Jamie Mott moving forwards. Next one, Cartoon Graveyard for company jockey Jamie Miller. So 2 to get set here. 2 to move up for the Chester Manifolds, who is a very famous name in horse racing, administrator for many, many years. Field set. New Endeavour goes in. Ready and away they go. New Endeavour sticks
attack from the outside gate, and Cartoon Graveyard began quickly with El Rocco. Poison Chalice also trying to find a position. Oh Too Good is driving through on the inside. Apulia's getting a forward place behind them, getting a trailing position, and then came Ensuto, one off the fence. A line of three up front as El Rocco moves around Cartoon Graveyard, and Oh Too Good, then 2 lengths Ensuto, Apulia, followed by Major Field around Poison Chalice. And on the inside, rumbled again. Well back new Endeavour White from Regal Asmon and Detonator Jack as they settle. Getting towards the 1,000 marker, the leader is El Rocco. Tried to steady a length and a quarter. Oh Too Good, who overreacted, and Cartoon Graveyard are outside. They're almost 3 lengths in front of Ensuto and Apulia. Then Major Bill deep. Poison Chalice rumbled again. A length away New Endeavour, and then came Regal Asmon at last. Detonator Jack approaching the corner. 650 metres to go. The leader El Rocco extended out a length and a quarter. Cartoon Graveyard. Oh Too Good is third the inside. Ensuto's had every possible chance as they start to really dial it up around the home corner. Further back of Apulia, Poison Chalice rumbled again, and Major Beal. 400 to go. It's El Rocco by about 2 lengths to Oh Too Good, who looked to be travelling. Gets off the back of the leader, whacking on Cartoon Graveyard, and Ensuto presenting down the centre of the track at the 250. Ensuto moves up and took the lead from Cartoon Graveyard. Detonator Jack up on the inside is flying, and Apulia runs on Ensuto. Grabbed by Detonator Jack and Apulia the outside. Detonator Jack and Apulia.
Get them, baby!
Poison Chalice and Ensuto, followed by Regal Asmon. Endeavour, Major Beal, a gap. Oh Too Good. El Rocco got tired, and at the end rumbled again.
What a job Lindsay Park have done with Apulia. He almost won a derby here 2 years ago. He's come back from injury, and the victory in the Chester Manifold might launch a campaign towards a Perth Cup. And it was a successful Trampoline West last year in this race for light infantry man to win a Group 1 Northerly and return here during the Festival of Racing and take out the Australian Cup. And it was almost a case of Detonator Jack getting back to his best here at Flemington. Poison Chalice rushing home will, in the end, just...
I'll show you, Vishwa, I'll show you.
3-2-8-10 in a tremendous edition.
I'll show you.
Thanks to all of Lindsay Park and also the whole stable as well. He returned more than a year off almost, a suspensory injury to come back this entire. They weren't sure if they'd be able to get him back to the races. This is going to be incredibly satisfying. He's backed it up 2 in a row to return this prep.
3 to 8 and 10.
He's just a very good horse, isn't he, Kate? So, look, he ran second in a derby, narrowly to Riff Rocket, outlining his class. Won a Group 2 base as a 3-year-old. Looked like he was going to be a group class.
3 to 8 and 10.
The wilderness a little bit in his autumn 3-year-old preparation. Then he had...
So, you see, what happened is that happened. 3 to 8 was the EW anyway. If they have the same body weight approximately, then the advantage will work. With a better jock, I think J-Mac was on this. So that is what happened. This is something that I showed that we had a queen on this on the previous day on the listed race. We had a queen on this 6, 3 and 5. It played exactly the same. So why they were the favorite and why today there's a difference? Because they were in Whirlpool. The entire world was doing the same analysis that we are doing. Why they were in the thing. Here, This one won't because it's a 5-year-old horse and this is a 7-year-old gelding. But that is a queen. So when you have listed race, that's how it plays. When you have the listed races. Anyway, we'll go to the next. 6. The 1600 meter benchmark 80. Six. 17, 18, 19, 20 all scratched. 11, 2, 15 and 6. So it's a benchmark 80. The 11 is the favorite, which is not the linear but the second linear. You take out the difficulty, it'll be something around 67. Okay, it'll be something around 67. It'll be the same. I don't think it'll play pressure. First of all, there are two problems with 11. One is this, that it doesn't have the physics. It's a 1600 meter. For the bend, it needs the physics. It doesn't have the physics. Winning is anyway difficult from gate number 18 with that pressure. We needed more than 80, definitely, but that is like the borderline. That is like the borderline. In this case, the 6 is in a much better situation. But with that pressure, that jockey is a mismatch. The physics is on 16. Okay. It is equally difficult as this one, but it is still 63. It's good for that gate. 63.46. Here it has a physics plus a jockey. 16 is being ridden by Melham. I think she won the Melbourne Cup. So that 16 is in a much better position, plus it has the body weight. And the problem is again this, that what we have seen in this one is if the body weights are the same, then the advantage will have advantage if the body weights are the same. So they have the same body weight, and in that case 8 has the advantage. 8 doesn't need the physics, it's a drift. Eight is Dubai watch. Tough call. 11 is definitely in trouble. From gate number 18, benchmark 80. It's a very questionable thing. It's a very questionable thing. I said about this also. This one from bench, but it won. Had the body weight 61, 124. It won. But I will say the same thing also about this 11, and all the way more because it doesn't have the physics. This one still had the physics. This one still had the physics from gate number 17. It still had the physics. This one doesn't have the physics. It lacks here, which opens up both of these horses. So the linear is 6. 6 has physics. Doesn't have jock. I mean, the jock is handicapped like that, but it is a dedicated jock. But if you take out the difficulty, it becomes very difficult for this 4-year-old mare to deliver. That is -4. This is negative. That is in a very bad position. Three. 2 is being ridden by Zahara. Zahara is on 2. That is the EW. EWs generally do not win. They are for this. They are somewhere in the middle. But I mean, I think in this situation, that is the best idea to go with an EW. 11 winning is difficult. 11 winning is difficult. These two gentlemen are there. Now, the decision is like this, that this is a 4-year-old mare from gate number 6 with the world's best jockey at this point of time. And the 8 beats and body weight and advantage. So whether 8 will be able to beat 16, because she is in form. She is in form. But her form is irrelevant when it becomes like that. This is a question mark whether this will happen or not. This is a big question mark from gate number 18. I don't know what on earth has happened here. So I don't know. That doesn't look right. I think it's best to put Zara on a EW, that's all. Winning is dicey for this, and then it becomes way too much of confusion. It becomes way too much of confusion what will happen. That 7 is also there in the game. 0. If it plays 0 pressure, then so God knows what will happen. More than the 7, I think the 3 is dangerous. 4.5, 2.5s. Out of question. This is 11. Who's riding 12? Damien Lane. 122, 0, 121, 32, 120. That is very difficult to work with this one. Very difficult to work with this one. This might work, might not work. God knows what will happen here. It's a drop in class. Will she be able to do this? Getting a place? I don't know. But 2 with Zahara will probably get a place. 8, this one is difficult. I will. This is difficult. It's a benchmark 80, else this benchmark 80, 80, 81, 101, 111, 81, 58. Huge pressure on this horse, on the bend. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the pressure for the length. It doesn't have the pressure to lead, and if it does, it'll fail. It doesn't have the pressure to lead. God. CW. 11, big sexy. That's why it is favorite. Why? Because it is big and sexy. God knows.
Big Sexy, aptly named. This one sitting at $4. Lane Vostok, second one there, $9 into $4.80 is going to be the biggest mover of the market. $9 into $6.50 now into $4.80. Kingiro, $7, just ticked into $5.50. There's really, really good support here for the two good names attached. Benny Ascari, potentially one of them. Euro, $7.50 into 6 there, 14 out to 16 for McKeffy, and plenty down the page. Just not seeing too many get spec as the top four in the market are very well back comparatively to those bottom ones. So Big Sexy, $6 into 4, and King Hero, very, very well back as well. Now, 16 horses in this race. This one when it first came out. I said, this is ridiculous. They're going to give you a dollar for something to finish fifth, but they haven't. They've played a fair game on this, and I've been enjoying it myself. It's even easier to find a winner. You select horses to finish anywhere in the top half of the field at all Australian tracks. Even a little caller out there if you're playing over there, all Australian tracks. It's fantastic. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential sport. Call them on your screen or visit the website.
Right on the line. There's going to be some nervous connections, Ben, leading in for this. The Melbourne Cup Carnival Country Final all over the state. We've had to qualify. You have to finish first or second to be able to get in. You've got to think that your horse can now step up for the mile. It's one of the most competitive races, the heats that we have all year.
Yeah, it's certainly one of the most competitive races on Melbourne Cup Week, isn't it? We've got country trainers that have been aiming these horses probably for a year or two to try and get to this final on Oaks Day. We've seen some nice horses over the years win this final as well. And I think we've got quite a strong, progressive bunch for this year's field as well. So interesting to see how everything works out. You mentioned the mile is a box that they've got to tick. This year, the interesting fact is most of the field haven't ticked that box, so that's going to be one factor that we'll learn a little bit more on shortly.
Well, horses made their way into the yard. Take a look.
This mountain yard is brought to you by the new Racing.com app, now with National Ball, Racing Ball for every sector, every day. Download wherever you get your apps.
500,000 up for grabs over 1,600 metres in the Melbourne Cup Carnival Country Final. Start our bouncing out preview with horse 1, Celsius Star.
He looks really well again, this horse. He's been up for a good amount of time now, still maintains his weight really nicely. Maybe the question mark is getting the mile there.
To me, Amy, he wasn't far behind two of the leading chances of Bendigo last start, but the big worry is how he handles 1,600 metres.
No side of the two is yet. We go to horse 3 in Ruakaka Raider. Worth noting as well, as you can see bottom right of the screen, we are now on a good 3. Ruakaka Raider winning the Geelong Cup Day.
Looks to be really happy horse today too. He's had his ears firmly pricked for the entire time that he's been in the yard, happily looking at the crowd, and seems to be really enjoying himself. My question mark is, where's he going to get to from that draw?
It's always the question mark with him, Amy, because he misses the kick, but usually he should be back and buried. What we do know here is if he's got, if the breaks come in the home straight, he's got the talent, so, and he'll be strong late at 1,600.
for Belt Hill, won the Horsham Heat, ran in this 2 years ago.
He looks an absolute treat, this horse. He's moving particularly well. His coat is absolutely beautiful, and hopefully he's got a bit of confidence out of that most recent win too.
This is a stronger race than the heat that he won at Horsham. There's more depth to it. And I think 1400 is probably his best distance, not 1600, which he steps up to here. So much tougher task for him.
5 Dark Journey won the heat on Vanilla Cup Day.
Indeed, his horse at his fifth run into the preparation is extremely fit. He's got great tone all over his body. He's nice and free in his action.
It was a good win 2 starts ago. He was well beaten at Caulfield last time out. He's one of many in this race that has experienced 1600 metres.
6 years Gurite, who went to the Horsham Heat before winning the one on Bendigo Cup Day last Wednesday.
Very old-fashioned looking horse, this. I haven't assessed him before, I should say. Doesn't carry any excess conditions. She's extremely fit at this stage of preparation. Seems to be racing really well.
The dominant win there last time out. She races right past the favourite for this race, Big Sexy. Both of them are a little query at 1600 metres, but I think that Bendigo Heat was one of the 2 stronger lead-up races. If she can run 1600, she's one of the better winning chances.
Smith having a winner in the opening event this afternoon with first chorus. 7 is keen enough, won the Sale Cup Day heat on a heavy track.
He did. I just wonder if he's going to appreciate this Flemington here today. He's been really well prepared. He looks happy enough. He's very, very fit, striding out quite nicely.
That field fell away a little bit when the track was downgraded to a heavy track. This is a lot stronger race. He goes heavy to good, and he's got to do it at 1600, which he's never done before. I think there's better win hopes.
H by White ticks off his 1600 metres and race fitness.
Certainly does. It's 2 of the most important ones here, and thirdly, he looks really good. He's nice and dappled up his horse. His coat's beautiful, rich colour, looks to be in peak physical condition.
Yeah, he should be ready to pick third up off a let up. He was very good against the pattern at Geelong last time out. Given you wanted to be close to the rail, he was arguably to run up the race there. He was well beaten by King Giro 2 starts ago, so maybe that adds a little bit of strength to the Seymour lead-up, but maybe he wasn't fit enough. I think there's a case to be made.
9 Ashau Valley, polar opposite run to the Vanilla and the Geelong Heats on polar opposite tracks.
He's a nice tall horse. He's lovely and free in his action as he just strides past me. He's beautiful and relaxed as well.
Yeah, he was beaten a fair way last time out, although he was wide without cover pattern again, so he can be a little forgiving of that run.
8 looks good, and they're saying good things about the 8. Let's see what they speak about the 16.
On the minimum start winner, always showed talent. This is a lot tougher than what
8 has a lot of advantage over 16. But 16 is with the best jock under the sun today.
Yeah, this is leading at the end of the period 1600, but he was slightly 1400 last preparation. He runs the mile and he can get a spot from the wide draw. He's got to be one of the better winning chances.
Of course, the 16 is good. The 16 is good. It's got the physics. It's got everything. It's got the best jock. It's got the physics. It's got the gates.
Look, getting lane on's a positive. Hit the line really strongly last time out, but this is a lot stronger.
13 Dude's been through 3 heats to get here.
He has. I think that he comes here in nice order too. Looks healthy enough in the coat and seems to be at his right weight range.
First wet to dry rise in the fast, probably going to be a long way back. Might be one of his stronger winning hopes.
So, Phyllis Rider on. We now move to horse 14. We'll get a look hopefully at Gusto at some stage. 14 is Eye-Catcher Fox. Who's right up in the Horsham Hill.
Yeah, it looks very busy in the yard, being consistently on his toes quite a bit whilst being in here and it's getting even more stirred up now.
She got a really soft run from the inside barrier, but you know, I think others might be stronger at 1600 metres.
Then move to the 15 in Lake Vostok, who we saw win and run the RMBL Investment Series final all the way back in mid-July here.
Yeah, she's been going really well, this horse in Ever Upgrade. I think that she comes here, she's been really nicely maintained in between runs.
Yeah, previous track and distance winner. Unlucky not to win last time out, drops in weight. I think she's among the better winning chances.
16, May Keffy gets Melbourne Cup winning rider Jamie Mellon.
Seems to be doing everything right from a parade point of view. Looks very fit, happy, just having a little bit of a sweat on her neck, but nothing to be concerned about.
Last start winner dropping in weight, maps for a nice run, has Jamie Carr in the saddle, but it is tougher.
Comes off winning the Matoa heat at its last start. That's the mare and Man Keffy. Back up to a couple we haven't touched on at the head of the field as yet. The first is the 2 Kinjiro. Our own Charlotte Littleford engaging Mark Zara was the runner-up to Lovely Cut in the Seymour heat.
He looks an absolute treat, this horse. I think it'd be fitting him to break through today. He looks lovely and engaged. His condition's perfect.
Thought it was a terrific return. First up of the year on the sidelines, 62.5 kilos. Chasing a horse who, probably be favourite in this race in Lovely Cut. Drops in weight, gets Mark Zara on, strips fitter, was suited rising in distance, and has jumped out well between runs. I think he's really backable at the price.
His first of a handful of Australian starts was in last year's Sub-Zero on Melbourne Cup Day. We spoke about the 13 Gonna Do. Here are some pictures of the Morrissey runner who's been through 3 different heats to get here.
Yeah, he certainly has. I didn't see him for very long in the yard, but what I saw of him, his weight looked to be in the right range. It seems like he's healthy enough.
Yeah, this horse, look, as I said earlier, he's one that's rising in grade. Beaten on a wet track last time out, gets on top of the ground. He's probably going to be a long way back. I think there's better winners.
Electric Impulse defeated O2 Good and a top 5 place getter in this year's Melbourne Cup in Torrenzino in last year's Melbourne Cup Carnival Country Final, one of the highlights of Oaks Day through the 2020 spin.
Yeah, it is. And look, I just think Kangiro, look, it was $8 this morning. I still think even at $5.50, there's a little bit of value about that price. He surprised me with just how well he went first up there at Seymour behind Lovely Cut, what I think was one of, if not the strongest heat. If he can hold that form and he's a nice jump out.
It's a very difficult call between that 16 and 8. It's a very difficult call.
I like about him and his price. I think Real Parker Rate is the wrong price. Yeah, he's a low.
I think it's an EW. The best is Zara with the advantage. He'll probably get there with a place if he doesn't win. Even they're talking about 2. 11 is difficult. 11 is difficult.
So it's a little bit of a question mark for me as to how he's going to perform now, but his condition was excellent. Of the others, I thought Dubai Watch looked fantastic, as did Big Sexy.
Dubai Watch.
But being really well supported. Big Sexy still your favourite up the top. No major move there either. Still staying at that $4 price tag. Lake Vostok, $9 into $5 in from $6 when we last spoke. And Kangero
that is all
$7 into $5.50. Probably more so. Money that more
16 is still there within the odds. 8 is not even there. But it's a very difficult call between 16 and 8. 8 has a lot more advantage than 16. But 16 has the best jock.
Big Sexy, your favourite at $4. What are you really gambling with for free confidential sport? Call it up on your screen or visit the website.
Adrian, welcome to Oaks Day. Always nice to have a runner on a big day, especially for a small team like yourself. How is Fearless Rider coming into today?
She's good. She's had quite a few runs this time back. We've always sort of tried to qualify, and this is her grand final. So, yeah, owners are up to be here, as we are.
As they should be, and as you should too. It's always nice when they put these races on for trainers like us and give everyone a chance to have a good day out.
Yeah. It's something to strive for, and it's quite difficult to, with the price range of yearlings we buy, it's difficult to get in these types of money races. So, hats off to everyone involved to put these on for us.
She was great over at Morphville last up. How did you bounce through that?
Quite good. I just thought, the 5 weeks from Murtoa, I thought we could fit another run in, and Winter Coat was still hanging on, so I thought triple weight could probably help her, as it did, actually, look cold prep.
I wish you very well. I'll be cheering loud for you and your connections. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, all the best there to Adrian McGregor with Fearless Rider. Damien Lane got a good handle on her. A couple of key pieces of information ahead of the country final. John Allen is a half kilo over on Big Sexy, who's been vetted behind the gates and now passed fit to run. We've, of course, had the track upgrade from a 4 to a 3 after 5 races on Crown Oaks. So first leg of the 20 day 3 of the Melbourne Cup. Carnival is the country final. $500,000 on the line for our Ridgely-based trainers as we join Matt Hill, a couple, of course, without riders at this stage.
Now, King Gero is riderless with the barrier blanket, second up from a decent spell. Good run on return, $5.50 to $6, King Gero. Mark Zara. And the attendants doing a fantastic job with Ken Gero, placed forwards. Now, May Kepi goes up riderless. Bells Hill is the next one along with Dark Journey. Big Sexy 420 VOP favourites ahead of You're Right at $5.50. Now, Shore Valley is in. The Shore Valley forward, Big Sexy about to join them with Lake Foxstock, who raced really well at this meeting last year. So we're getting close as Dark Journey is the next one along. Zach Spain along with Gonna Do. Dubai Watch with Luke Curry, Vincent Paul joining the line, and it'll be Celsius Star. Celsius Star from an outside alley to complete it. So it's the Rich Melbourne Cup Carnival Country Final. And they're locked away, full gate of 16. They're ready to charge. Set at the mile and they're racing, and Fearless Rider jumped away midfield by Keffy out well. With also a catch of Fox and missing the start, Bell Hill. Bell Hill missed the kick by 3 or 4 lengths. Also Barbie's Dream World up to third. Big Sexy's up to fourth but wide. Then came Keen Enough, and in between horses settling down. You're right. They were followed by Celsius Star trying to find a spot. Dark Journey behind them, Lake Vostok midfield, just a shade beyond midfield now. Got a little squeeze outside of Ruakarga Raider. Kangaro's deep and back. Dubai Watches further back at Shore Valley. Then Gunnar Do and Bell Tillers at the end. I Catch 'em Fox is the leader in the country final. 1,000 metres to go. Second is May Keffy as they slack it and they pack up near the big field. Big Sexy a length away third. Barbie's Dream World fourth, the inside, a length Keen Enough and Fearless Rider around it as they chop and change. Your Riders next, followed by Dark Journey as they reach the 800 metres and approach the corner. Celsius Star is making ground right off the track, tracked by King Gero. Then Lake Foxstock, well back, Gunner Do, Dubai Watch, Bell Hill, and also a Shore Valley. I Catch 'em Fox just in front of May Keffy at the 500 metres. Then Big Sexy, 3 wide, still under a bit of a hole. Barbie's Dream World behind him. Followed by Keen Enough, Fearless Rider, Get Right. Needs to get a run as well as they reach the 300 metres. I Catch 'em Fox with Big Sexy now on the outside. Then came Barbie's Dream World and Get Right is getting through. And further back, Fearless Rider, Big Sexy joined by Get Right and Barbie's Dream World at the 100. Barbie's Dream World and Get Right. Toe to toe, Get Right gets it.
Six.
From Barbie's Dream World. Third was Lake Vostok from Big Sexy. I Catch 'em Fox and Keen Enough.
Six. The linear one.
Next to finish, King Gero, Fearless Rider, Dubai Watch, and then Gunner Do. McKeffy pulled up alongside of Ruakarga Raider, Bell Hill, Celsius Star, and the Shore Valley.
Big results all around for Fred Kersley, taking his opportunity on Crown Oaks Day for Lindsay Smith, who's got a double on a feature day through 6 races, and Rosemont
6,
with their
10,
daughter their starting
15.
starting in the country. She debuted during a Warrnambool Bay Carnival as a 2-year-old, and now she's collected a $500,000 prize pool at her 9th career start. And how consistent she's been. 4 wins, 2 seconds, and 2 thirds in that time. The only miss was a 4th to Bell Hill in the Horsham Heat, second up this campaign. Barbie's Dream World and Lake Vostok complete your top 3. Benescari in 6, 10 and 15. Great scenes for Anthony and Selena Mithod and the entire team. They've taken out the country final with Gerard.
They have, and Kate, what a huge day for trainer Lindsay Smith.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
So 11 did not have the physics to win this from gate number 18. That was not enough. The 6 was the linear. Had the physics, destroyed it like nobody's business. The 10 then came in with the pressure. And then the 15. So it played all pressure. It played all pressure. The 11 just did not win. I mean, what happened? 6. And then it went to the third. The third did not have the physics to win, right? This is the third linear. So it did not have the physics to win. So the second did not have the physics to win. From gate number 18, that's a bad idea on that horse. But the 10 went through from gate number 12. 126, 30, 49. This is the second, and then the 15. So the advantage did not play, it was a power play. It was a power play. It was a power play. Anyway. This is the reason we are here today. The 7. No, I think this is not the one. Next to this is the one. Seven, 9, 10, 1. So this is again back to a pace race, which is on the straight. All right, this is going to be here on the straight line. So this is 2,500 meters. This is 1,100 meters. This particular one is dicey. That was 10 wins, 17 wins. See, this particular stretch is a little dicey. Why? Because that thing is a kind of a stretch where things go wrong, and things go wrong in nobody's business. Ten is with J Mac. 7 is pressure. This could be the linear, but the pressure is here. Okay, 126. Not on J Mac, though that's the linear. This is also going to be a power play only. Now, what is the worst that can happen? What is the worst that can happen? The worst that can happen is this. That 17 wins. That is the worst that can happen. Because it is exactly this, okay? The two won because of the low pressure. 4-year-old mares. Okay. It is all 3-year-old fillies. So either it plays pressure or it plays like this. And they have been winning. If we at this particular track, if we look at what happened, I will pull out here a lot of races. This was on 1st of November. So 1st of November, 1200 meter, that 5 won. Okay. I was actually at a shock why that 5 won and how that 5 won. But later on when I looked at it, so that made some sense. Anyway, but that 5 won. Then here I don't remember the result, but here it was a pure power play, I think. Then here also something very strange happened. I think the 15 won, the 9, I don't remember. But the point is this, that even day before yesterday, it was here. If you look at day before yesterday, this is the one. If you look at this, what happened is this thing and this thing was a queen. 4 was the favorite. I said ideally it should be the linear and then the thing, and that happened. Here the linear won and this thing was the second. Then here the 2 won. Alright, that was the lowest pressure, highest rating. Won. Then thought disaster happened in this. Now the point is this, that 17 is a check. I don't know what will happen in this thing. It's this track. I still have to. I do not have the I do not have the data for this particular track. I do not know how it plays. It plays differently each time, and that makes it a difficult proposition. Anyway, this thing is an EW anyway, because this one is in a very bad state. The 20 is in a very bad state. That is beyond repair kind of a thing. This is the linear but doesn't have pressure. 7 is the one with pressure. 17 is anyway the EW. So that is there. I hope 7 wins and there is no other problem. I hope 7 wins and 17 gets there in some way. It should. It's the EW. The difficulty is also huge. That should work. The other thing that is, so this is a group 3, okay? It's a group 3. Now, a group 3 will automatically make this guy a check 4, okay? Why it will make 4 a check? See, this is all good. This is all good. This is pressure. This is normal physics, okay? This is pressure. This is linear. This has the rails, one of the top rating. All that is brilliant. But when we come to group races, then we will have to consider the group races. So this is the only one which has been to they have gotten a place or won a group 2 or a group 1 race or a group 3 race. That's something that they've done. But this gentleman has actually won a league race, which was like this one, listed race. So he has actually won a listed race. That's the first thing. Second thing is, he doesn't need the physics. He doesn't need the physics. He's a 4-figure linear, which is more of a drift, like this one. He doesn't need the physics. And anyway, this track doesn't need the physics. The 1100 meter here doesn't need this side of the rail. It's a straight run. So anybody can win. Anybody can run. So that makes 4 a check. The other thing is this, that if we look through the DIs here, all right, if we look through the DIs here, then this is 3 by 3. I'll explain how this works. So if you look at so this is if this will be same for benchmark 90, 78, 80, all that will be same. But when it becomes listed races, that's when I have been able to get the bends and I have the bends and I can do it for the listed races and the group 1, group 2 races. It is a little easier task. That's why I can do it. I will be slowly able to do this on the 90 and the 78 and all that. I'll slowly be able to do that. So here in this particular one, so this one loses 5, gains 1. Okay, this one loses 5, gains 1. This is losing 3, gaining 3. This one loses 4, gains 2. So you take out the difficulty and bring back the advantage at the bend. It stays neutral. They don't. Plus this one is a league race. So that 4 is a check. Now, ideally, this particular track, this track is a confusion, and that is the reason they, I think, put horses that are not exactly like of this level or this level. the higher level horses, I mean. So this track is a confusing place. This track is a confusing place. I mean, the 7 apparently is the right odd. 7 apparently is the right odd. That is the highest leverage. That is the highest pressure. Then they have taken the 9, which is through the rating, and then it is this guy here who's a linear. So apparently it is right. Apparently what the odds are, it is right. But there are these 2 horses which are there. If the odds are right, then 17 is anyway a check because this is an EW. It generally is it'll have a pressure, then it'll fall, then it'll go to another pressure, which is probably 10 or 9 will get through with the ratings. Something will happen on those lines, but that puts 17 anyways on check. Especially this 17 is being ridden by that same jockey, Melham. But that 4 is a bigger problem. That 4 is a bigger problem. Now the 4 is at 45, 36, 71. Okay, from gate number 5. The jockey on 4 is definitely not the right fit, but it is also not a high pressure horse. There are others also. There are others. This is a high pressure horse where the jockey is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can count. So not among the best jocks. But I mean to say not among the highest calibrated jocks. So that's that. But that 7 is the favorite. It is the highest leverage, highest pressure. I don't know this, whether it will work actually. If this was a benchmark 78, 80, 81, we know the pressure will work. Like here, it went to the linear. Yes, okay, fair enough. That's the linear. The 2 did not do anything. That's a separate issue. But that's logical. The pressure won't. Here, it is not a benchmark 80, 85 where we just look at pressure. There are other factors which are very much involved into this. So I don't know how right is this or how good is this going to work, but that 4 is a check. I'm going to be out of this one. I'm not going to get into this. I was not there in this one as well. So this is how it looks like. The 7 is the favorite. Is it a clear go? Probably if the pressure plays. But that pressure is a liability. When it comes to same age, same sex, that pressure is a liability. If the 7 was with a jock who's like fabulous and, you know, who's still could have been a little, I would have still be a little more confident. It's a good one. There's no doubt. We know the numbers. It's the second linear. This is the first linear. That one is the rating. There's a body weight on this. This one is an EW. But this is a dicey game. This is a dicey game. Adaman! 1971. You have a point. Adaman, you have a point. That can also happen. You have a point. That is also quite possible. I'll show you why. So the one is like that. It loses 2, gains 4. The same is here with this one is a very bad state. But it is like that. Loses 1, gains 4. Alright. So you have a point. Whether that'll work, with that pressure, with that jockey. These are all about taking chances.
Her line strongly she did against the pattern was terrific, and she's drawn ideally. She's going to be out with some of those main chances wider on the track, particularly at the running. I think she could be a lot closer to speed here today. She's the blowout and being the race worth having something on.
She won the Magic Millions 2-year-old classic around the Caulfield Heath in December last year, beating Zuclair, who tackles the Oaks.
We missed on what they wanted to speak about for and one.
Her own age is positive. She was not disgraced against the Oaks last time out. Boys 2 stars. This track and trip early was very much behind her. That's strong. I think she's one of the main dangers to the battle.
Last year's winning combo combined with the 10 surfs up.
She looks really good again, this horse too. She's the ultimate professional, this filly. I thought she looked good at Caulfield recently when she was second to Point Barrow. She's got a lovely big girth and a really nice straight cut.
I'm sure she was well suited back to 1100 as a Point Barrow behind her meeting last time.
Leggett, Miss Freelove is the second of the Stone brothers.
She is, and she's another horse that comes down really nicely prepared. She's got a beautiful rich colour to her coat. Her fitness is exactly where it needs to be.
She was a dominant winner 2 starts ago. I'd like to drop back to 1100. Back against the girls today. I don't like the drop.
12 is Pure Passion, who was placed here in a Group 3 model in March.
She's deep enough into her preparation now. She's definitely the tightest that I've seen her. She's just getting herself a little bit warm, but I'm not concerned because her attitude's very good.
She was good against the pattern in a strong race at Bendigo 2 starts ago, and then wasn't beaten far last time out in the Valley. Look, this is a lot stronger race, but she's a monster price for a filly of her talent, and it just shows how much depth there is to this Red Roses Stakes today.
Extended by the 13 Cantiamo, who beat Surfs Up at her last start 2 months ago, and it's twice the price of that runner.
Yeah, it's a horse that you definitely couldn't underestimate based on the way that she's been turned out. She looks beautiful here. She's got a nice body about her. She's been really nicely prepared too. She's fit enough. Her coat's beautiful. She's got a great attitude. She's had 3 starts, 2 wins there. You can't underestimate her either.
You can't. She's jumped out quite well. She beat, as Nigel say, a key form leader, key form reference, I should say, Surfs Up. That's the same horse the favourite Point Barrow beat last time out, so easy to make the case she's over the odds.
14 8 has got one run under the belt at 3.
She does. Just getting a little bit warm on her flank there, but she's beautifully quiet. Her condition's good.
Last start winner dropping 4 kilos with this big rising class.
15 nighttime star has 2 wins at home through the spring.
Lovely smooth action, this filly. She's striding out beautifully here. Do you think she can take this step up in grade, Ben?
I'm not sure. This is a really hot edition of this race. She can potentially roll forward. Maybe she's the one closest to the rail of the on-speed brigade, but needs to improve again, I think.
16 Ascenio, a scratch. 17 Trey Magnifique gets a run and hopefully gets some room compared to its last 2.
She's a really nice type, this filly. She's just so busy in her brain. I think she's going to be a lot better next preparation. Conditions good.
May have finished close to Point Barrow 2 starts ago with clear galloping room. May have won. last start with clear galloping route. But you can easily make a case she's way over the odds. I don't love the inside barrier for her.
18 Alzaro, a last start caution maiden winner.
She is. Hopefully she can take a bit of confidence out of that. Conditions good, fitness is great. Form, Ben?
I don't think it's strong enough. Won a moderate maiden there last time out at Horsham. She should come on again for that win. I'm respecting the stable, but this is a lot stronger.
A deep edition of the Crown Red Roses. One of the highlights on Oaks Day, Ben, that continues to build in stature year on year.
It does, and I think this filly Point Barrow might have been one of the main dangers to their stablemate, 10 Tyrus, had they elected to go to the Coolmore Stud Stakes last Saturday. In hindsight, I don't know if she would have won, given 10 Tyrus went so well, but the only thing I've been surprised about with this filly is how long she was $4 plus for in betting. I'm not surprised the market's gravitated towards her close to the race. I think she's the best bet on the program. Stablemate might be the main danger. She maybe was unlucky not to finish closer to Acacia there, this track and distance, a couple back. She tackled the absolute A-graders last time out. Wide draw, marks are on, looks ready to produce a peak performance. If you make a case for her, you have to make a case for Acacia. And I think Invincible Woman is way over the odds. Draw the right part of the track, can set her closer. It's great against the pattern there last time out. But that's all said and done, Amy. I really like Point Barrow here. I think she's a very smart filly who's the big of the yard.
I agree with you, Ben. I love Point Barrow. I've been with her nearly every start on top, so I'm going to stick with her. I think that she's a class horse, but this is a really, really tough race. You can make cases for so many of these fillies. When I was doing the form going through it, you think, oh, geez, this is a nice horse, so is this, so is this. So it's a very deep race. Of the rest, I'll give you a couple that I thought looked particularly well. Number 1, Inkaruna, 4, Ole, Vain Girl, and Sustainable.
It's a feature for a 3-year-old sprinting fillies. The Crown Red Roses Stakes over the 1,100 metres down the straight at Flemington. We've got our favourite in points.
3 horses getting tailed.
She cost $400,000 a couple of years ago. The Magic Millions Gold Coast sale. She's got an electric churn of 40.
3 of them are getting tailed.
Here's Peter Snowden. We know how well he does with his juvenile runners, and he's got a 2-pronged attack in the Roses. Acacia, the 11, Miss Free Love.
Thanks for your time, Pete. Geez, this race has come up tough on paper, hasn't it?
No, it certainly has. It's that black type.
17 is one of them, which is getting tailed.
Short turn to point. It's the perfect race result, but the second took the same thought.
Clearly on paper they have. Talk us through Acacia, how's she?
Yeah, they're really good. She's only been down here once. She ran terrific. Also beat her in second the Coolmore, so it's been great form. She
that is getting tailed.
Next start, so she's not in good form, and I'm hoping this race is drawn out wide. I think it's a big advantage for her. I like to get her back and save it for one run. And Miss Free Love, she's very dynamic. She starts to go at Warwick Farm. A little bit disappointing at Rambert the other day, but different sort of race. She sort of get out early, exposed early, made a long run. And but just better really quiet. Just one run, I think, one run late. That's the best way to ride it. After sort of tactics work out today.
Well, when you're doing an interview, last thing you want to hear is Matt Hill say that your horse Acacia's going to get better behind the gate. So I'll let you go and have a look what's going on. Good luck, Pete.
Good luck, thank you.
13.
Stay tuned to that, but it's Point Barrow the favourite here. Pick of the yard. Benny's on. Even Matty Hill is on board here. So a lot of signs pointing positively for Point Barrow of the market. It's $3.60.
13 is
back out there, $2.60
yeah.
to $3, but nothing.
It's got a lot of leverage, which means that it has been promoted very, very strongly.
$6.50. And Tiamo, $13 into 12 down the bottom, and Trest Magnifique, $21 into 16, getting support. But
so if we look at this, then 13 comes up, okay? That 13 comes up. But at the same time, it is a 50, and it's approximately. So this is the other way how we get the leverage. This is approximately 71% on leverage of its class. It's approximately 71%, which makes it like very dicey. Very dicey. This is a very, very difficult race.
Well, look, she's going to be spotting them a start. She's going to have a lot of horses in front of her.
It's a very difficult race. Cows.
50, but I don't think there'll be a horse closing faster than her. She'll let rip. She's a pretty good filly, but she's going to need to be. It's a big field. Whether the outside draw is actually the place to be down the straight today, we don't know yet. But
couldn't be happier with the way the team have presented her, and hopefully we get a bit of luck.
Feel the straight gives her a chance to be at least a pair or two closer.
Possibly, but she's not great out. I just said to Stucky, just trust her. Don't bustle her to be closer, just because we're in the market and it's sort of a grand final. But trust that she'll get you out of a jam if you need her. And I think he's got a lot of faith in her as well. So
I don't know, Lee. This track, I do not have sufficient data to actually, making a very strong recommendation.
Unlucky last start.
This track, I need a lot more races on this, on similar formats. If you look at this particular format, it is a 3-year-old filly on 1100 meter with a benchmark something, whatever it is. I can guarantee you will not find this race in last 6 months in Flemington. So I do not have the required numbers for this particular track. On that 1100 meter, 1200 meter track, I do not have that. I do not have that data. I don't know what will play, what will not play, what could be the right tendency. I have no clue. I'm out. Generally speaking, pressure, high pressure, low pressure, that's the general speaking. But the 17 is getting tailed. Yeah, the 17 is getting tailed. I like the 17, but the 17 is getting tailed. I don't know whether she'll deliver. There's nobody else at the low pressure like that is very visible that we can find. And 7 is a very solid favorite, and it has reasons to be favorite. It's got the highest pressure online, more than the linear. Ideally, it should win. But that 4 is a check. That 4 is a problem creator, which is there. And that 17 definitely is.
So Point Barrow walking through the Crown Red Roses Stakes. This one at Group 3 level. And the field is set. 16 to go. And they're now going to back out Olay after that. So Olay, who did just nudge that front gate open, the vet's going to make 100% sure that she's right to go and that she hasn't nudged her face or also just she didn't seem to even want to go anyway. The front gate burst open, but she had her ears pricked and she knew what to do. She stood still, but being restrained there by Jason Collett, and the vet's going to have a look just in case she hasn't nudged herself on that front gate. But they're walking forward here with Olay. Pass fit to start, and we're ready to go. Stand by. Set for the charge, and they're racing. Alzaro away with them. Olay, after all of that, was the best to begin with. Nayfar and Sustainable and Vain Girl to fourth in the pink jacket. They were followed by Recuperato, Pure Passion and Nighttime Star. Middle of the pack is Acacia, followed by Alzaro and also Cantiamo and the black cap over towards the far side. Train Magnifique in the back half. Also in that group of horses, Miss Free Love and also Invincible Woman in Karuna's tracking up on the back of Nighttime Star. Serves up swell back with also Point Barrow as they link onto the course proper. 600 metres to go. Sustainable just in front of Nayfar the outside. Olay is behind them, followed by Cantiamo, Train Magnifique over towards the rails. Recuperato wider, Pure Passion leading and out, so too Vain Girl. Point Barrow's just starting to wind up, still with 5 lengths to pick up and coming as they reach the 200 across the course. Cantiamo with Incaruna and Point Barrow is winding up the favourite. Point Barrow coming with a blinder, takes Incaruna. Point Barrow, what a start. Point Barrow
7-1.
from Incaruna. They were followed by, in third, not far away, Miss Free Love from Acacia. Then came on the outside, Nayfar,
Got it. 7.
The field, El Zaro, who were passion, sustainable, invincible woman, and Recuperato amongst the tail enders. Janice McKenna on course celebrations after Jamie Mellon steeds with half yours in the Melbourne Cup on Tuesday. She had the colours of the late Cole McKenna riding on her best, and as advertised by Sam Friedman pre-race, it was patience and power required from Dan Stackhouse and Point Barrow, and that's exactly what they got. It's a stable Penelope Karuna into second. We'll have a photo in all likelihood required to separate Acacia to the outside, who didn't have a great deal of luck, and Miss Free Love, and it's a snowed 3-4, but in reverse market order. So 7-1, 11-9, 103.50 at the time. Benascari, there was a case to be made that she could have gone to the Coolmore. Might just be delayed gratification at Group 1 level for this fast filly.
I think they've made the right call in the end, Nigel, but she is very smart. Point Barrow, she did a bit wrong. She was
7-1, 11-9.
Not the finished product yet, but what she does have is a booming turn of speed at the end of her races. She had to chase a good field here. The likes of Ikaruna, Acacia, Surfs Up. There was some good fillies in this race.
Didn't expect the 10 to come out last, to be honest. Yeah, but here is what happened. So, you see, he was right, my friend. So what Attoman said 1, okay? And Attoman had 179 or something like that. But he had 1 and 7. And why? When I looked at it, so what happened is this is 2, 4, all right? This was also 2 and 4, but it was 46. This was 3 by 3. This was 3 by 3. So what happened basically is the pressure won, and then it is the class. Then it is the class. Seven, 1, 11. 11 is 64. 5 plus 164. What happened to 9 was... They were all same. They were all same. But had the jockey pressure on this. There was a jockey pressure on this. This one had better, but did not work because the pressure lost. So it is basically either you get the high pressure. Either you get the high pressure. 9 is through the rating. 9 is through the rating. 7, 1. Seven, 1. That dropped, right? 7, and here it dropped. It dropped with these two also, but it was difficult here. This was out of question. 17. What was wrong here? Minus 4 plus 2. It was minus 4 plus 2 plus a neutral. So that's why that didn't work. This one worked because low pressure. 9. So it gets complicated here. It gets complicated. It's luck. You are lucky if you can get the pressure to win, which happened. The pressure won, but then it gets complicated. Look at the number of horses that you have. 18 horses. Okay. To do justice on this race and to do anything, even if I had the numbers for 18-20 horses, it will take at least 2 days to get the right numbers. It will take 2 days minimum. That's when you can probably get a queen. Adaman got it. Adaman got the 1 and 7 he had, which is a brilliant. Congratulations, Adaman. Fantastic job. So now we have this 2500 meter. No scratching. 1, 2, 7, and 5. So you look at this. This is the linear. Very good. The highest pressure is on this one. This is the second linear. This is where the second pressure is on. Now everything that's got advantage also is a drop in class. So they kind of are negative leverages, all of them. The only one which is a low pressure, which is not on a negative leverage, is this one, the 5, okay, which is here. Then, but they're both like that. They're the second highest bleeding in this one. I don't know if that will be a problem today. It should not. One is written by Zahara, so it should not be a problem. He did not win the Melbourne Cup. He should get us this. He should get us this. So things that can happen is this, that the highest leverage is here on 3, which is there. Okay. There is a jock, but this is running neutral. That's that part of the story. 2 is with J-Mac. That's why that is favorite. That is the second favorite. But technically speaking, 5 comes in between. which got pushed out. Why? Because it is 56. But they're also like that. You can't rely on these kind of a situation, whether they'll deliver. I mean, technically it is there, but at the same time, the difficulty is also huge. It is not gaining anything. It will stay 56. This will stay 61. So that's the drop. This is not. So this is basically the drop, the two. The odds are right. The odds are right. It's a group 1. The odds are right. This one drops. Then it will bounce. Then it will bounce where, I don't know. Should bounce to 4. Should bounce to 4 or 3. Low. 5 is with Melham. That's difficult. Here, Melham was on 17. It was getting tailed. Okay. Here it is a difficult situation. I don't think it will work. 1, 2 is the right odd. This is the right odd. Then what happens? Then it goes back to where? Either the leverage 3 or 4. 4. None of them got in, right? In here. 11 also did not win. 6 won. Through the pressure line. They did not get there. I am 46. Difficult. I mean, I don't know. The one looks good. Should work with the pressure. 2,500 meters, 300, 3-year-old fillies. Generally, this distance is not for 3-year-old fillies. Generally, this distance is never for 3-year-old fillies. 3-year-old fillies are good for 1700 meters, 1600 meters, 1200 meters, 1100 meters. 2500 meters is a little stretched. So, but this is the reason this race is there. It's a Group 1 race, 2500 meters. That's why they call it a crown. So yeah, the crown should go to the pressure. Crown should go to the pressure. That is also the heaviest. That is also the highest rated. They have management issues. If that doesn't get into the way, then it is a clear go. Rest everything may happen, might happen. The 2 or the 5, I don't know, maybe 2, because JMac is on this. It's a low pressure. It will go there. 63, both are there. It should fall back here. Any of those horses, especially the 3. Especially the 3. It should fall back on 3. So it doesn't look like we have some other options. 7 cannot win. It doesn't have the physics to win this. 2500 meters will have to have physics. This one doesn't need the physics. It's a neutral. Rest, everybody has physics. Everybody has, whatever the odds are. This one is there. It doesn't need the physics, but it has the physics. The 2 has the physics. This one has the physics. The other one which doesn't need is here. That is the 11, which is here for, that's anyway the EW. This is the EW anyway. But they're all negative leverage, so they kind of are not advisable. They're not even there within the odds. So yeah, this is high, this is low out here. That's a 61. Then it is 6, but that becomes a 56. Difficulty is the same. So this one definitely has the advantage with JMac on that. So that's that. Then it should fall on the other leverage, which is here, which is 3, which is a neutral. It should work like that. Let's see. Well, bottom line, 1 should win. If 1 fails, if Zara fails this one also, then I will write a letter to him. One, 2, 4. Yeah, probably. Adam, and maybe 1, 2, 4. Or 1, 2, 3, whatever. 1, 2, 4 or 1, 2, 3. They are identical. They are identical. No, so that was the thing is this particular track, the 1100 meters, 1200 meters, 1000 meters here at Flemington, it is a different ball game, and they never repeat these races within 6 months. So we'll have to have some more races on this to collect the pressure line and the ground level. If once we have that, I'll be a little more confident on these races. But 1100 meters, 1200 meters, see, I don't like to say something that I do not believe myself. If I had the data, I would have a guideline to follow. If I do not have the data, I looked for it. I looked for it in last 1 year. I cannot match the data with the. They do a very hard work here at Flemington. They do a very hard job. They will not repeat the same races. They will not repeat the same races. It is always going to be different. They will change the arrangement of that race. They will make it. You will not get a mix X 1100. You will not get a old filly 1100, 1200 at a group 1. You probably get a benchmark 80, 85, 78. All that you will get. But you will never get the exact thing that you need. And until and unless that happens, it becomes very difficult. That's where I with the listed races, I could, with the listed races, I could go up to last 16 months. With the listed races, I could go up to last 16 months because they cannot avoid the listed races. They are famous for. They're famous for the listed races, so that they cannot avoid. So they come up with the listed races, and I went back like a good 16 months. I went back on Flemington, and slowly things started looking clearer. That's where it is. I'm a lot more confident with the listed races here than any other. Races. I'll have to do them. I have to work and get them right.
Drama going on. Feels like a side quest at the moment, the Crown Oaks. Get a good feeling that we're still sitting at $1.70 as it was before. No major changes. The very, very short price. Get looking back at the best back in the day so far.
Nobody else.
That price. Strictly business, $10.50. Just a little respecting in 19 into 14 for Ethereum Girl. No major changes since we spoke pre-program here. Get a good feeling remaining that $1.70. And a couple getting nipped at on the outside, including Ethereum Girl. Get a good feeling, very, very short, but very well back still at $1.70. What are you really gambling with for free and confidential support? Call it on your screen or visit the website.
Well, we saw Mark Zara. He's sitting in the steward's room there, putting his information. He was on like Bruno's second past the post coming in. But let's head right into the steward's room now for the latest.
John and Stewart have given consideration to the objection lodged on behalf of connections against both the winner and second place getter. On the evidence, the stewards are satisfied that a run does present a few amount to improve into. With regards to the shift or contribution of Gazette mount and Point Barrow, we believe that Gazette mount shifts in very marginally and has no bearing on the results. So on that basis, your objection against the first place getter will be dismissed. With regards to your objection against the second place getter, Mark Zara's mount, the stewards are of the opinion that yes, Mark Zara's mount does shift out, causing interference to your mount. What the stewards cannot be satisfied with that are dual ground would be Marsara's bound home, but not for the interference. So on that basis, given the margin, once again, we believe the objection be dismissed. Obviously, we'll continue to inquire into the matters later, but for a weight on the places as they stand. Thank you.
So we'll just finish down at the stewards' room coming out of the Red Roses Stakes. As we heard from stewards there, they were saying there was no real case for the winner to answer going from fourth versus first in the protest, but a little bit of a margin.
What is the name of that horse talking? Where did you see a horse talking?
Let's get back to the race though. It is time for our Group 1 feature for the staying 3-year-olds, the Oaks.
This mounting yard is brought to you by the 2025
God knows what is the name, Adaman. I don't know.
Group 1 winning 3-year-olds, Celestial Legend.
Time upon us for our feature, the 167th running of the Group 1 Crown Oaks for the 3-year-old fillies over 2,500 metres. Horse 1, Get a Good Feeling, trying to become the 40th to complete the Wakeful Oaks double.
She's going to take a lot of beating the way that she's been turned out as well. She looks to have bounced through Saturday in really good shape. She looks as good and she looks nice and bright.
Fastest last 200 to 1,000 guineas, dominant winner of the Wakeful, maps for a great run. She deserves to be favourite.
First, VRC Oaks runner from master trainer Chris Waller with 2 the Pearls, trying to give James McDonald 2 of the last 3 Oaks.
It's an astounding statistic. It's just something you'd never expect. Beautiful filly. If you would draw a picture of what an Oaks filly should look like and the way that they should move, this is her.
Yeah, she was coming through arguably the strongest last start form reference against the voice of the spring champion. Waller, J-Mac, I think she's one of the main 2 dangers to this favourite.
Natural Ruler chasing a second Oaks on the ethereal winner, 3 Spicy.
Neat filly who presents beautifully. She's as fit as a fiddle.
Rising distance to roll forward. I'm just not sure the ethereal's the right form reference.
Damien Lake.
Give her a good chance. Filly, I think that she's the right shape, the right style, right for the group.
She's got some very strong starting prices. She can roll forward for Damien Lane. Again, I'm not sure the ethereal's the right form race. And I'm also a little bit of a query about her stepping up to 2,500 metres.
She's the leading favourite in the manifold, just claimed by Get a Good Feeling in the shadows post on that occasion. Bishop Lake shit all the best in his recovery as well. 5 Ethereum Girl, that's the Melbourne Cup winning jockey, was 6th in the Wakeful last Saturday.
She got herself very worked up on Saturday, so I'm really pleased to see her parading much more sensibly and much more relaxed today.
And no luck at all the Wakeful. Might finish second with Clear Gallant Group, who knows? The query's got to be whether she'll relax well enough to run out 2,500 metres. She'll get a soft run. You can definitely make a case she's over the odds in relation to the favourite through last start.
No, let's not talk about it, Adaman. It'll haunt me for a long time. It'll haunt me. I will show you now. After, let's get over with these races. I'll show you what all I've missed out on. What all I've missed out on.
I thought she was super on Saturday. She's dappled up. She's tightened slightly from that run. She looks nice and spunky and happy.
And she's the danger to the favourite here. She was 1,400 up to 2,000 metres. Only a second up from a spell, having only her 3rd career start there in the Wakeful Stakes. She's taken ground off the favourite, strong through the line. Given her upside, I think she's over the odds.
8 after summer, 3rd in the ethereal, won the Oaks preview at a slow time.
She was, and that sort of gives you confidence a little bit as to how far she's going to get. Good run last start. She's been presented beautifully.
It was strong late. She might appreciate the rise in distance. I just have reservations over whether the Oaks trial or the ethereal are the right form references.
Tell me about it. I had the 14 right looking at me like, seriously? It had the look on his face. Seriously, Mick? It was right looking at me.
She was. I gave her a good push on Saturday too. I thought she looked fantastic and she looks great again today. I love the fact that she's out of the Galileo man.
Yeah, she might stay, might be able to roll forward and give a good side, but I thought there were 3 better runs in the Wakeful last time out that I'd have ahead of her.
Gateway House and Adrian Bott, of course, winning the race with Pino back in 2017. 11, Maruso Oju, the second of the Mar runners. Frank Williams searching for a third Oaks.
Yeah, daughter of Morris. She's got a lovely deep girth. She's covering the ground really nicely. How do you think her form stacks up then?
Yeah, I don't think it's strong enough. She was beaten the best part of 7 lengths by Spicy Little Just a Journey in the ethereal, and I'm not sure that's the strongest for her.
Let's hope someday. Let's hope someday that happens, and I'll throw a party for everybody.
She's still a maiden, but she's the one out of the ethereal, if there is to be one to win the race, that might be best suited up to 2,500. She was the strongest late there, but I just don't have the right for
13, Janie Mopper was an immortal maiden over 2,000 last Thursday.
She was. She's going to have to make up a bit of ground to beat some of these better, well-credentialed fillies, but I respect that.
Rexy, you like one. Everybody likes one. There's no reason for one to lose.
She needs to rise significantly.
There's no reason for one to lose. But that's, in your own language, Rexy, that's the chalk.
Strictly Business is the one for me that represents the value. You're getting double figures, not Leo. I'm not surprised the market's gravitating towards her. She was 1,400 up to 2,000 metres, second up in the Wakeful, and ran a huge race, taking ground off, get a good feeling, the fastest closing splits of the race. Given it was only start 3, she was only second up, she might have the most improvement to come. Get a good feeling, deserves to be the favourite in the race. She maps for a great run. She's a big...
Yeah, please don't. It is very daunting. It is very depressing.
She comes out through the Spring Champion Stakes against the boys. That might be the right form reference. She can roll forward for J-Mac. And Ethereum Girl had no luck in the Wakeful. You can make a case she's over the odds. Amy, who's the pick in the Oaks from the yard?
Short way home for me, then get a good feeling. Can't go past her. I've loved her the whole way through this filly, and I think she looks absolutely sensational again. Looking to see her nice and bright in the yard, and that's exactly what she is. She's moving super, so I think it'll take a good one to get past her. I'm taken by the Pearls. I thought she looks great my first time assessing her. Spicy Lou's another one, Just a Journey. Even voting rights, I really give a good chance to her.
Strictly Business.
So one thing that is very, very evident about that race is this, that they will bring in horses with no values in that race, and they will put in the advantages there. But when I matched it with last 2 years, even last to last years, there were no horses with advantage. They were all pressure horses. And one of the horse which actually won was with a dedicated jock with the lowest pressure. And this year, none of the horses with the advantage actually got into top 4.
She was a smaller filly than we've seen from this big, strong girl. As we mentioned, she's the daughter of the superstar.
So that basically doesn't work on that 3,500 meter stretch, 3,200 meter stretch. That basically doesn't work.
She came through with the Wakeful in great shape. It's probably just brought her to exactly where we would hope to have her on Oaks Day. No excuses from us.
Mark, try and take a leap out of the observer book on Saturday and look to control things.
Oh, look, I don't think he sees himself leading that. There looks to be a little bit of pace coming in from the wider barriers potentially.
It makes a lot of sense because the advantages are basically the front runners. They will have a good start.
Good luck. Thank you.
They will have a good start because of low pressure. But having a good start and finishing the race off are two different things.
They've only got the 10 horses in work at Ballarat. Their neighbour Johnny Allen on board. First time they've ever had a Group 1 runner, and it's the second favourite in all the Crown Oaks.
Yeah, and she's been well supported today, hasn't she? The market's really binning the ethereal stakes as a form reference. That doesn't surprise me all that much. I just don't know how strong that form is, given we've seen horses come through the Oaks trial, come through the ethereal stakes, going back to maidens and be well.
5 is getting tailed.
Get a good feeling. There's no surprise she's your clear favourite, isn't it? She's just a big, strong type of filly. Pick the yard from A. No surprise.
See how the odds changed the moment it got tailed. It came down.
When Johnny Allen get to, she can step slowly. It's probably not the end of the world. She's drawn wide because at least she can get into the running line.
She doesn't have much early gate speed.
She doesn't. So if you draw inside, you could be very
Fabulous NBA.
She's going to probably be a long way back. Really interesting runner is the Pearls. First Oaks runner for Chris Waller. She's been going forward in the Globy and the Spring Champion. Her pace here. You've got voting rights to potentially go forward. Just the Journey rolls forward. Spicy Lou rolls forward. Is there a spot for her to get in? Can J-Mac maneuver her? Ideally, I think he wants to go forward and probably get to bet 1-1. I think there's probably 5 or 6 fillies that want to end up in that spot. But if she can have some luck with the draw, the Wakeful Stakes did rate overly highly, Kate. I know that the winner wasn't asked to do a lot, but in terms of last night, Chris Waller's filly the Pearl Guard.
Yeah, Vishwa, this takes a lot of patience. It takes a lot of patience. It is a thing that is very taxing. It is not something that is, off the shelf. It's not like that. It is very taxing. It takes a long time to understand what's going on.
Your prize favourite coming through the traditional leader. Quick back up from the group 2.
Takes a long time.
The favourite. What have you? Is that from Stand? We can see it. Importance. This is what it's all about. It's what we love about racing. As these staying 3-year-old fillies start to make their way into the gates, we head to the best.
Plus, it is about discipline. You need to be very disciplined. You need to be very, very disciplined to do this. You cannot be like the Wild Wild West. Not a cowboy thing.
So they're moving forward. Just having a bit of a close look at Get a Good Feeling. They might have to load her riderless.
Not a cowboy thing. It's a.
This starting point is right in front of the crowd. Of course, on Wakeful Day on Saturday, the race starts over at the Riverside, which is a bit quieter, so no surprise that a few of these...
90% of us, we cannot get over with our perceptions. I have a problem with my perceptions. So that's common. That's a common thing. That's human nature. It's something like this, that it takes
Spicy Lou is about to come along.
30 seconds if you want to take a piss, and it takes 6 seconds to take a dump. But you still think that to take a dump it's going to take a long time.
Australia's first fillies classic.
To train your mind against that perception is a huge thing. If you're able to do that, there's no stopping for you. When you're able to do that, 90% of us are never able to do that. 99% of us.
Cleanly, but voting rights beat her out with Ethereum Girl, and Spicy Lou is tugging up to second. Out deeper on the track, just a Journey showing speed. Get a good feeling, looking for a forward position. Sue Claire on the rails. Ethereum Girl got to about 5th or 6th. Classic Gem next. Then after Summer, further back, Marisu Ojo. 2 further back in the field is the Pearls, and then came the rails. She's a Diva. 4 lengths Janie Bopper, and on the inside, Strictly Business last as they head towards the Riverside. So 2,000 metres to go. Sue Claire took it up by 2 lengths. Voting rights is second, and then came Spicy Lou continuing on that wide run steadily. Ethereum Girl is 4th on the rails, a bit more relaxed today. A length and a quarter, just a Journey Deeper, and then Get a Good Feel.
So 9 is an advantage, which is a front runner.
After Summer as they reach the 1,600 metres in the Oaks. Classic Gem is forced to race wide. She's a Diva next to Yenna. Marisu Ojo between fillies. 2 further back is the Pearls, and then came Janie Bopper and Strictly Business last at the 1,400 metres. Sue Claire striding out. Quite a good tempo in the Oaks at this stage, led by about a length and a half. Spicy Lou is second. Just a Journey is third outside of Ethereum Girl. They were followed next by Voting Rights and After Summer. The next pair, Get a Good Feeling, the outside of She's a Diva. Then Classic Gem, Marisu Ojo, the Pearls as well, back third last. Then came Strictly Business and Janie Bopper.
is at the tail. The bolter hooking out 3 wide, thinking about a move as they run towards the start of Flemington Racecourse. So they reach the 1,000 and Zoo Clear strung them out a little, about 2 lengths to Spicy Lou, and then Ethereum Girl Just a Journey as the leader stops and starts them. It comes back to the now leading 3/4 Spicy Lou at the 800. Ethereum Girl is third from Just a Journey. Voting Rights in plenty of air now, 3 wide. After Summer next. Get a good feeling, tracking Voting Rights. Getting off the fence, She's a Diva. Plastic Gem, the Pearls is sticking right around the outside. They're starting on Lupa. Marissa Ojo, passed by Strictly Business as the field really packed, and then Jamie Bumper. They run for the money in the Crown Oaks, 450 metres to go. Spicy Luke momentarily hit the front. Here's Get a Good Feeling, and the Pearls on the outside. The 2 favourites joining in now. Another 300 metres. It's Get a Good Feeling, about 3/4 of a length in front of the Pearls who won't give in. And Strictly Business right down the centre of the 200. Get a Good Feeling, the Pearls. Strictly Business stays on.
7
She comes away. John Allen.
7-2.
Second the Pearls. Fourth Classic Gym. Ethereum Girl. And Overlook might get a good feeling. Next by
7-8-12.
Voting Rights, She's a Diva. Towards the end, Janie Bopper, with also Just a Journey, Sue Claire and Marissa Oju. Strictly Business.
Thomas Carter there on Tuesday with Half Yours, and now it's the Crown Oaks with Strictly Business at her 4th career start. Has
It went upside down. 7. It won. There's no pressure on this horse. It's a low pressure horse. It's a low pressure horse. One. So this exactly was my perception. This was exactly what I was thinking during the Melbourne Cup. That at 2500 meter, it will be very difficult for that pressure to be delivered. At 2500 meter, it will be difficult for the high pressure to be delivered. But it was delivered on Melbourne Cup. Here it failed. This is what I thought, and I was constantly talking about this, that a low pressure horse, a low pressure horse, a low pressure horse. This is what I was talking about. The low pressure horses. And then it drops here. This was 45. And then it drops here. Then it drops here. So this is what I thought the Melon Cup will play. But no, that played pressure. Here, if you think about it logically, it makes sense. Why? Because they're all same sex, same age. They were absolutely in a devastating state, but the 12 still got there. They were in a very bad state. But out here, the advantage will go to the low pressure horses. And this is what I was thinking on. You see, this is the Melbourne Cup, correct? This is the Melbourne Cup. So I had 14 looking at me on my face. That is true. But it was at 99. If you look at what this is, it is at 91. I had a feeling that this thing will not go with that pressure over 3200 meter. That is what I thought. But when I looked at the result, then we all know what happened. We all know what happened. And then that thing, that 20 was right there. So over a 3200 meter, that played pressure. And over a 2500, this thing is not the same sex, same age kind of a thing. Here it is all horses, but this is same sex, same age. Now, after losing it, see, everybody becomes very wise why it happened, because it is 2500 meter rails doesn't matter. 2500 meters, what would rails do? So it doesn't matter which horse it is, it will go through a low pressure. This is the painful area. Now we gotta live with that. See you next time, Bishwa. We'll do the last one, which is 1000 meter, which obviously I have no clue about. 24911 all scratched. 24911 scratched. 114 5 and 8. This is again a LR listed race, but the distance is 1100 meters, so it will not match. Here what happened on this LR, that was a queen. Okay. Low pressure, high pressure, that worked. Here, that is anyway the highest. This one is like that. And from gate number 4, 6 is being written by who? Somebody absolutely I have no clue about. So ideally that should happen, but that may not happen because this is on the straight. This is with bends. This is you see Araman, the logic that I had was this, that over a 3200 meter, that kind of a pressure will not prevail. It will not work. That is what my thought was. All right. That it will not work. You need a low pressure. But no, it slapped me on my face. It slapped me right on my face. But here you see, this is logical. This is logical. This is logical. 2500 meters. How would it generally doesn't work. Even when we do these races, 2500 meters, 2400 meters, my preference has always been a 5-year-old mare with a moderate pressure or low pressure. That has always been my preference. Here it's a 3-year-old filly. Now if you look at that, it makes sense that over a 2500 meter, that will not work. Especially on a same-sex, same age. And that's where I got carried away. I thought, no, it'll not work. It'll not work. I'll keep it open on the screen for you to take a reference on this. I'll be back from the washroom in a jiffy. I am back. Two bets, try 1686. This might not be the case, Araman. there's a lot of chances it might be. There's a lot of chances it might not be because it doesn't have the bends. I mean, did you see that? I mean, I thought for this Melbourne Cup for 2 days, and I thought, and this is what I came up with, that at a 99%, this is going to be very difficult over at 3,200 meters. It is not going to be easy. That was generally when we play, I always mention that, over 2,200 meters, it is very difficult for the linears to win. The advantage is with the 5-year-old mares. And that is the exact thought that I had in my mind. That it will not work. 99% on that horse, it is going to get burnt out. But no. No, sir. That did not happen. And now, when we did not discuss all that, now when we did not speak about all that, it is at that kind of a pressure over at 2,500 meters. This is the same sex, same age. And the most surprising thing is people think AI can help. I mean, I have read so many articles and so many blog posts and so many discussions over, different platforms. I don't speak there, but I don't write my thoughts or anything, but I have seen so many people talking about it, that they have an AI platform. They have managed to, get some kind of an AI algorithm to win horse racing. Trust me. I mean, if AI could do that, the first thing that will happen is it'll happen to the stock market. It still have not happened in the stock market. With so much of data in stock market in any country, that should happen. Everybody can just sit with AI and make money on stock market. But does that happen?
Look, I win. We go for the Giants, the big, powerful ones in this one. But no, it's great to see right now. But Ray Magneria, your favourite here, $3.40 into $2.45. Very, very well back. Coleman, only about 20 or so cents out of this market as well. So we've got some really good moves, albeit the deduction. $16 into 7 there. Major share as you move down 20 into 10. Good sport all through, but Ray Magneria, $2.45. What are you really gambling with for free and confidential sport? Call the number on your screen or visit the website.
This mountain yard is brought to you by Carbone Lawyers. When things go wrong, get Carbone on the phone.
Last on Oaks Day, the New Year's Eve at Flemington Century Stakes, 1,000-metre listed affair. We start with Horse Ring Cannonball.
Nice horse to start with too. He looks good here. He's a big, strong, heavy-set kind of horse, and I feel like he looks pretty similar to how he did at Booty Valley.
You should fit up that first up run. He was well beaten first up, as much as
not yet, Adoman. Not yet. Not yet. Maybe in another 10-15 years when things have changed a little bit. Not with the current infrastructure. Not with the current system.
Especially given his entire, the horse looks amazing.
The AI is able to tell you the difference between the salt and sugar, but it cannot identify which one is a salt and which one is a sugar. It can tell you differences. It can give you 10,000 data points and lines and research on that. What is the difference between salt and sugar? It'll give you. But if you ask the AI to identify which one is a salt and which one is a sugar, it cannot. It can't identify. And the thing which is missing is this was a very, very drunken discussion. One evening I was talking to my friends who are into technology and AI and all that. So we were discussing this. And the thing it came out from the drunken conversation is this, that you need something called an artificial. You already have the artificial intelligence. You need something called an artificial sense. The day you have something like that, an artificial sense that can actually sense, it's better that you and I don't exist on that day. That'll be a very, very different world.
She's jumped out really well. That's not unusual for her. She's got a
But with just intelligence, it is not possible. You need the sense as well, the human touch.
Winding up after her. So she was one of the horses I had included in the quaddy in the last race. 13 Rich Dotty has been one of those paces at her past.
She's a really lovely man.
That's why we exist, Adam. And why do you think people like me are able to survive? Because it is analysis, analytics. Why do you think people like us are surviving? Because of analytics. You cannot replace analytics at this point of time. To replace analytics, you need that sense, artificial sense,
She looks good. She's more switched on than usual today.
where this thinking process can be skipped. What we are taxing on this Excel sheet, that thing needs to be skipped, and that can only happen with that artificial sense, not with artificial intelligence.
She's a little bit busy in the yard, but that's pretty typical for her as well. She is just foaming up a touch between the back legs, but I'm quite happy with her attitude. Her overall health and condition is excellent.
She was beaten fair and square by Stoker last time, actually, to jump out between runs since. Her advantage here is the wide draw. She might be the widest on the track of the on-pace runners, but she might be a little vulnerable late to some horses that have got stronger form.
Third straight Melbourne Cup Carnival. We see horse one, Grand Stand. He ran twice at the Carnival last year, and of course he won the Grand Handicap on the final day 2 years ago.
He's just an absolute beauty. This horse, $1.1 million earner. He was awesome first up. He's tightened up a little bit. I thought that he's actually made nice improvement here too today.
Won a stronger race first up with a big finish. The runner-up from that race has since run well on Derby Day. He's a class horse of the race. If he'd drawn the outside gate, not the inside, I'd be more than happy to take the price available.
6 now, the South Australian brought across after a couple of off-fill assignments.
Yeah, not sure what to make of this horse's form. Ben's better to discuss that, but the horse looks in good physical shape. He's nice and relaxed, not letting the occasion get to him at all, and his fitness definitely won't be an excuse.
He can put himself on the speed. He's got a strong record third up for a spell. Might be ready to peak today, but he is rising in class. So here's a look at my selections for the last on Crown Oaks Day. Ray McNeil picks himself as favourite, I think. John McNeil's got a very tricky draw to overcome. The horse I'm going to have something on each way is 7, Harry Got Styles. He was unlucky not to win a weaker race last time out. I think the real key is drawing wide and getting back to 1,000 metres. He's a genuine 1,000-metre horse. Now, let's speak of 1,000-metre horses for 1,000-metre races. You know what? Bling jumped out well. She's got a great first-up record. She'll be more than more close to the speed. Where there's smoke, there might be fire for Coleman. He's a very talented horse in his day. I think training him as a sprinter and keeping him to shorter trips might be the key to his best form. But look, Ray deserves to be favourite. I think Harry Got Styles is the each-way value. Amy was picking the yard.
How much Ray McNeil as well. I thought that he just tightened up really nicely between his hook first up with him today. really, really honest horse. He always tries his best. I think he'll give them a good cake. It's a race with a fair bit of depth, I think. I think the two Freeman horses in trebles and Manolo Gleam both present really well. I do think Coleman's a little bit of a smoky at big odds. I think that he will tighten up a little bit with this run. I like the blinkers going on for the first time on this entire.
For that, he sets it to races with a lot of depth, and it certainly looks to be that way with the market. $2.35 for your favourite in Romac area. Coleman getting really well supported. There's $16 to $6.50, now back out to $7. Now you're second elect in the market. Major share 20 into 11. They've only got 20 cents worth of deductions. So some really, really good moves. Manolo Bling, $15 into 11. As Benny mentioned as well, Harry Styles, some good support with some good names to take. Romac area, your favourite in this one of the last $2.35. What a great day's bet. What are you really gambling with for free and confidential support? Call on the screen or visit the website.
Thanks for your time, perhaps. Stokey, she's had an awesome preparation. What did you make of her run in the Elite?
I think the day got a bit too much for her that day. She was really revved up behind the scenes, and Jordan said she just exploded out of the gates and he couldn't really hold her. Probably was her undoing last sort of 80 yards, but at the
should
still right there in first or second. So
should win.
Today she was in a lot better. That run's done a world of good, as in relaxing 3 weeks between runs and back to 1,000 metres. I think I couldn't put much more in her favour anyway.
She hasn't had a run up the straight here before. That's always a little bit of an unknown, but in regards to the way that she's
that's the 8 which is getting tailed.
that she'll handle it. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I've always wanted to get her up the straight because she's got a real extravagant action. She's always cornered on her wrong leg and been wobbly around the bend. She was like that when she won at the Valley. We've given her a couple of trials at Terrain, which is a big long straight. She's really loved it. So hopefully that bodes well. I would say the straight will be...
The 6 is getting tailed. That moron is getting tailed.
Hopefully you can. Good luck, Pippa.
Thank you.
Oh, great to hear there from...
Those are all possibilities. Those are all possibilities. Right now, the 6 is getting tailed. I had a feeling that the 6 will do, but the 6 is getting tailed, so not a good idea. Then the next one is 8.
And we've heard from Robbie Griffiths saying that some of his good mates who are now sadly up in Gambit,
And the next one is 8. The 6 is getting tailed. 10 and 14. 10. 10 is a very low pressure horse. That's probably for a place. It's good. 8 not bad. 8 is not bad. 6 is right now getting tailed. So 6 probably is not a great idea.
He's going to have to be definite because if it doesn't work, you end up in all sorts of trouble. But that gives him a chance to get pretty gallop and space when he needs it. That's one aspect of things. What about your horse coming off a terrific return at Caulfield?
Oh, he's perfect. Yeah, he's really well. If he'd drawn wide, would be sort of really sort of jumping for joy. But because he's drawn a bit tricky, but he's fantastic. He's worked good. He's presented well today.
10 is a low pressure.
Good, everything's great. His weight's good. We're just going to try and get out of the line now.
It is definitely in an advantageous position than 14.
We know with Ray McNeil, the son of Madness, they will obviously have such a connection with Madness. Always runs well early in the prep. What about second up then?
I think that's perfect for him. I guess the little query with this favourite, his second run at 1,000 is he looking for further now? You know, his best form throughout his career has been over 1,100 or 1,200 metres.
But it is a 6-year-old mare over 1,000 meters. That is also very dicey. That's also very dicey.
Is he going to just snag early, look to come right across the field, get to the outside? Does he just try and ride him like the best horse and come up the inside and clear galloping room? That's going to be fascinating. It did look as though wider draws were a big advantage in the previous straight track race, which is always the case. You get to Oaks Day and Champions Day at this stage of the carnival. Wide draws are usually a plus. Good speed here, Kate. This could be, irrespective of the 1,000-metre race, could be charged in the light brigade. You've got some really fast horses here.
Speaking of this stage of the carnival, one working as hard as anyone. Batty Hill is down on day 3. We've still got 9 races to call coming up on Saturday for Champions Day. Bring it on as we head to Batty for the last.
It's also yet to be called forward for the rest of the colours. Stokey goes up. So a couple to join them. Manolo lingers forward. And
here is coming forward soon now with also Cannonball. To wrap up what's been a fabulous Oaks day, the Great Oaks, won by Strictly Business, the final one joining them soon now, just a little bit reluctant. Attendants reluctant to get behind kick there. Close the back gate, soon now is now ready. The Century Stakes, last down the 5 furlongs to complete the day. Ready to go. Tremble stands well. Ready, and they're racing. Beautiful line two. Manolo being the first to break it with Major Share the outside. Stokey isn't far off those with Rich Dotty. Surnow deeper, and also Harry got Styles. Further back then is Cannonball on the inside of horses. And then came Coleman in the middle of the pack. Ray Magnerio's getting back to last, just preceded by Prairie Flower. Trembles is the widest, has two behind it. The leader is Manolo Bling with 550 metres to go, out clear by 3/4 of a length. Stokey Major Share. Coleman is tucked in behind them, and then came over on the far side, trying to get involved. Rich Dotty under hands and heels, and then Cannonball. Out wider, Harry got Styles under pressure with Surnow. Ray Magnerio still last as they approach the 200 metres. It's Stokey with on the outside Major Share, and then Rich Dotty, Cannonball. Ray Magnerio starting to wing through. 100 to go. Stokey in front of Major Share. Ray Magnerio. Stokey holds on. Terrific little horse. Stokey won it from Major Share. Ray Magnerio, who was coming through late.
14.
We're followed by a wall of horses. We've got Coleman and also Prairie Flower pulling up quickly, just ahead of those horses, Rich Dotty and also Canada.
14, 8, 1, and
now in company with Harry got Styles and also Trembles.
Well, either way, the Century Stakes Trophy was heading to the west of the state, and it's going to stop off at Grandstand and Patrick Ryan Jr.'s as Stokey holds off Major Share. It was a daring ride, just driving Bill out the back on Ray McNary. In the end, he elects to cut back towards the inside rail, and it looked like he'd found a channel to victory, but it wasn't to be as he peaked on his run. 14, 8, 1, 5. They've got a shade over 57 bend in the Century.
Indeed, Stoker, I think getting back to the 1,000 metres was the key there for her today. She's been really strong to the line.
14.815. Congratulations.
She's very fast. She's been able to harness
14, 8, 1 and 5. Man, we didn't check that. We didn't check that. So there was pressure, there was no jockey. There was pressure, but there was no jockey. We didn't check that. That jock handicapping. There's nothing else to it. That's the reason. We didn't check that. We were discussing everything under the sun, but we did not discuss the jock. Anyway, that is it. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We had 9 races today here at Flemington. That was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Saturday here at Flemington. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun. And thank you so much for being there, my friend Lee. Thank you so much, Araman, for being there, my friend. Bishwa, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Rexy, thank you so much for being there, my friend. I know it's very late, but thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being there, my friend. Daos, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gatekeeper, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend. And I want to thank everybody whoever is watching this from wherever under the sun. Thank you so much for being here. It really is something that I truly appreciate, and my heartfelt gratitude to everybody. Thank you so much. I'll see you on Saturday. Stay blessed and have a great day. Bye-bye. Boy, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Boy, sorry. Thank you so much. I'll see you on Saturday. Have a great day, gentlemen. Bye-bye.